Okay, good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
This is Lori Carlton. It's March 13th, 2025. Welcome to the third Board of Finance budget hearing for the fiscal 25-26 budget. Call the meeting to order. Mr. Mottola, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, to the members of the public, this is the third of a series of Board of Finance budget hearings that will continue through this month. On April 2nd, the board will vote on the recommended budget to send to the RTM. There are 8 hearings in total scheduled prior to the vote. So this is the third of 5 sessions to hear departmental budgets. We have an additional 2 hearings held in reserve without a fixed agenda for the board to address follow-up issues, and a public budget hearing on March 29th. The topics to be covered in each hearing will be included on each posted agenda and are also available in advance on a schedule that's posted on the town website. Residents are always encouraged to send comments and questions in writing to the board via the link on the Board of Finance page on the town website. In addition, at each hearing, we'll provide a forum for live public comment that's pertinent to the budget topics on that evening's agenda. Live comment can be provided whether members of the public attend the hearing in person or via Zoom. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person, and it's a time for residents to make a statement for the board to consider. It's not an interactive Q&A format. If residents have questions or want to have a discussion on any particular item, please use the link on the town website to reach out to board members in writing. If you're on Zoom tonight and wish to make a statement, please use the chat. Indicate your name and address and that you heard. You can do that at any time prior to the end of the meeting. Finally, once again, as I previously mentioned, we'll be holding a public hearing on Saturday morning, March 29th at Ward High School, which is another opportunity for residents to have their voices heard on any aspect of the budget or this things. We will jump right into the agenda and begin with item 3, to hear the budget. Our first budget is the police department. It's Department 4030. And for those following along online, we'll start on page 110 of the budget book, which is revenue for the department. And when I refer to page numbers, I'm not referring to the page numbers, but the page number on the hard copy, which is printed in the right-hand corner. And we have Chief Almaris, Chief Playa here. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Bring over you for the highlights.
Thank you. Good evening to the board. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our budget. I hope you all have had a chance to go through our proposal packet to get our needs and the main drivers behind our 26 proposals. As we introduce our budget and highlight key areas, I want to emphasize that the proposal is a result of careful analysis, thoughtful planning over the past year. Focus has been on ensuring that the Fairfield Police Department remains equipped to meet the needs of our growing community while maintaining the high standards of service that our residents expect and deserve. One of the most significant challenges we face is the strain on our personnel. While our officers continue to uphold their duty with professionalism and dedication, we acknowledge the increased demands placed on them and take meaningful steps to address these challenges. A long overdue investment in staffing is necessary, not just to enhance public safety, but to support the well-being of our officers who serve the community. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Wire to talk you through the specifics of our budget requests.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you all for giving us an opportunity to present tonight. I'll give a high-level overview with a primary focus on the main drivers of the increase, which is our need to increase our staffing. Simply put, increasing our staffing improves our ability to keep pace with the growth of the town and to sustain the highest level of service possible, all while maintaining the health and wellness of our officers. We are unfortunately in a staffing deficit that can be felt operationally, functionally, financially, and concerning officer wellness. Past practice of trying to make do with our roster as is no longer sustainable. Over the last year, we did our due diligence in analyzing and determining what the minimum ask was in order to achieve observable and measurable impact, and which would bring us out of our aforementioned deficits. If fiscal feasibilities were not part of the conversation, increasing our roster by 8 cheaply placed personnel would fill critical gaps in would increase our patrol presence, would start to eliminate repeated forced overtime, which is the main cause of our compounding overtime overages and increasing officer burnout. All of that said, we are aware that this is a large town with a lot of departments who are also experiencing pressing needs, and we do not presume that our needs are higher priority than others. We are conscious that the cost in one budget season lacks feasibility, and as such, our ask for this fiscal year is to increase our roster by 5 personnel, with an understanding that while this will ease our deficits, it will not eliminate them, and thus we will hope to continue phasing in additional personnel in coming fiscal years. Other highlights of our FY26 budget are seen in our IT line, communications line, and our newly established tactical equipment and supplies line. The increase in our IT budget is primarily due to the allocation of approximately $36,000 from fees and professional services to the IT line, where these services can be more accurately tracked and funded. The increase in our communications budget is driven by a combination of annual escalators and growing reliance on mobile devices and technologies in everyday communication and investigations. All communication-related technology, including Freedom Points and modems, as well as mobile devices and their associated service contracts, are funded in this line. Our newly developed tactical equipment and supplies line has been created to better track expenses for equipment and supplies of a tactical nature. The most expensive of these items being ballistic vests and ammunition, which were historically funded in the training line, clothing line, and special departmental supplies line. By consolidating these costs into a single line, we aim to improve efficiency in tracking and planning for these expenses. The requested budget for this new category is $82,000, with much of this amount offset by reallocating expenses from the training, clothing, and special departmental supplies lines based on 3-year averages of related expenses. In closing, our budget proposal is the result of a thorough data-driven analysis of our department's needs and the most responsible path forward. We recognize the financial realities the town faces, and we have structured our request to balance necessity with feasibility. While staffing remains our most pressing concern, we are committed to a phased approach that ensures sustainable growth while maintaining public safety and officer wellness. We appreciate your time, consideration, and partnership in making the field a safer and more resilient community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we get into questions, so if we could, maybe we could just, before we dive into your expense budget, because I think that'll be most of it, do you mind if we start with revenue?
Sure.
Okay, so just on the revenue, we do have the one large new item there, but let me turn it over to the board for questions on revenue, which is page 110, Mr. Penley.
Yeah, hi, thanks. This is a great package to put together. The summary until recently, but good stuff. So for the revenue, I'd asked a question. I think you answered it. You said that the traffic cameras are going to be up by September, right? I think that's what
That's a projection.
Okay, so they'll be, and it's for schools, so they'll be running the whole school year for next fiscal year. They'll be running from September 25 to whatever.
They will be running 24/7, 365.
Oh, okay. So even if school's not in session, they'll be running?
That's correct. The difference is when school is in session, speed limit is 20 miles an hour. School is not in session, the speed limit is 25 miles per hour. So it changes the enforcement level when,
Got it.
for example, you can't be charged unless they're going 11 miles an hour or greater. So it will be 31 miles an hour you'd be charged during school time or when school is in session. And after school is in session, it will be 36 miles per hour.
Okay, thanks for that.
Before they get it.
And then in terms of the number of citations that you're using to get to the total dollar amount, how do you How do you even get, how does one
So
determine that?
that calculation was based on, you know, an assumption based on where we're projecting to have cameras, hoping that they get approved by the Office of State Traffic Administration. The estimated daily travel for each one of those roadways, and we calculated a, you know, 15% ticket, you know, or infraction, 15% of the vehicles on that average daily travel would get ticketed.
Is that something that other, well, I guess this is new in the state, huh? There's really nothing to compare it by. Is that correct?
I would agree with that. And I think, you know, it's based on assumptions. When we hire a consultant, they will have a more accurate evaluation and analysis on the exact numbers of ADT, the exact numbers that they can expect based on their experience in that field. They're experts in the field. That's why we hire consultants for that purpose. So this is our analysis.
15%, and you're taking that from just the amount of traffic that you guys track in these neighborhoods?
You said 1.5, correct?
I said 1.5, correct?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I would base that on our regular experience. If we put a police officer there, I would say a police officer would make that same assumption, that 15% of the traveling motoring public on that roadway at that time would likely receive a ticket out of you know, the part that they observed.
Just two more questions. So if it works well, I don't know if this is a correct assumption, but if it works well, is there an expectation that this revenue line would go down year over year because it's actually correcting people's driving behavior? Or is it just only the people who actually get stopped change and there's always a new criminal out there?
So you're exactly right. And the analysis in most cases, when they come from the consultants, it's usually they project, you will see this number or an assumed number for the first year, and then you'll see a decline of this percentage over year after year.
Okay.
So you're exactly right in your analysis.
Okay, great. And then the last thing I had is just in terms of, you're saying September, what needs to happen? I don't understand anything what's going on sort of procedurally to get there. What are the hurdles?
Yeah, so there's some due process that needs to happen. First off is we have to select a vendor. Then the vendor comes in, they will provide an analysis of all the school zones that we have approved through the Office of State Traffic Administration. Once they do an analysis of those school zones, they will package up an application to the OSTA. And then OSTA has 60 days at the time of the application to either approve or decline and make recommendations on whatever their recommendations could be. So, probably the hardest part is selecting a vendor and making sure that, all the contracts and all the language are amenable to the legislative bodies. And then, then the next step is the analysis and the consultant does that.
So we'd all have to vote on, there's going to be a vendor selected and then.
I don't believe so. I believe that is done in the administrative offices through purchasing and finance and the town attorney.
Okay. But that's the biggest thing, getting the analysis done, getting the state to sign off on it, and then getting it installed is relatively quick.
I would say so, yes.
All right, that's a good question. Thank you.
Is there a request for capital for these cameras in the budget, or is that somewhere else? I don't remember.
There is not.
There is not. So would that be, and what is the cost of the cameras estimated?
So it depends on how we want to run the system, and that's up to the municipality. Most municipalities rely on the consultant to install, provide software, run the program, and they get a part of the revenue that comes from that. And that is part of the service fee that is in the statute.
So their fee is variable based on the number of tickets issued.
No, it's not. Their fee is variable based on the service fee and what we negotiate within our contract with the consultant.
So your revenue estimate is net of an expected service fee then?
I would say that is an assumption. So whether you take the service fee out of it or not, I would say that is an estimate based on $65 a ticket.
Okay,
So a $50 ticket plus a $15 service fee by statute, which is what it has to be.
Got it.
So a first-time offender, $50 ticket plus $15 service fee. The vendor could recover that total of $15. Now, that is all negotiable within, between town and consultant.
okay, so that service fee is gonna be on top of the ticket price, so that'll be paid for by the speeder, I guess.
Yeah, if you could envision it like this, if every person that gets a ticket, $15 goes back to the consultant,
Mhm.
but they handle everything except final approval on the ticket.
Okay, and they would pay for the equipment and do the installation?
And the
do mon-
software and maintenance and everything that goes along.
Okay, and then I know other people have questions, but last question is, and I'm sure there'll be more questions about how comfortable we are with this 875,000, but right now, without this, if we have an officer giving tickets, am I correct in understanding that the bulk of that money goes to the state when we collect a ticket
Yeah, if you
versus?
look, if
Okay.
you look on anticipated revenue,
Yeah,
you could see that we're very active with our motor vehicle enforcement, and if you look at number number 4, at the top of the page on page 2.
yeah, we have it, we don't have hard copies, I don't think, but we have it from,
Okay, so surcharge on motor vehicle violations estimated 85,000, or 15,000, or 21.4% over FY 25. We had a significant increase due to traffic stops. Now, when you write a state infraction for, let's say, a stop sign, they get a $10 surcharge. As we write tickets, those surcharges add up, and then at a certain time during the year, the state sends us back a check
okay,
to cover those surcharges. The state gets lion's share of that.
and then I know I said I was gonna be done, but one last question. If we were to try to get the same level of enforcement using officers instead of having these automated cameras, what would that involve in terms of extra personnel? Let's just say if you just did it during school hours, which isn't even what these cameras will do, right? Because these cameras, he said, are 24/7.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
this involve having an officer at every school during school hours? And we don't have that right now.
No, we don't, and it's not even comparable, these are, it's all automated,
Right,
we don't have to give them breaks, we don't have to feed them,
Yeah.
they're not people, so that it just does what it does, and objectively, and, and then we have the opportunity or get the opportunity to approve or deny whether we believe that vehicle was traveling at a higher speed, above the speed.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? How would that process work?
Sure. So somebody goes by the speed camera over or 11 miles an hour or more. It takes a picture of their license plate and, it gets a pretty good view of the car and everything related to it. There are some cases where you could see who the operator is inside the car. All that is really irrelevant. It goes based on the license plate. And that gets processed through whatever vendor software, which actually comes to us. They approve it, they review the footage, they approve it, it gets forwarded to us. There's a workflow involved, gets forwarded to us. If we review the infraction. It's a ticket, if it is or if it isn't, and we have final authority as to whether that ticket gets approved. Each individual ticket gets approved.
Someone can contest it though, right?
I'm sorry,
Can the motor vehicle operator contest it?
they can contest it, yes.
You're gonna have to have like hire a hearing officer to hear these things.
We have the same process for our partners.
Thank you. Mr. Welsh?
How many tickets do you think you'll be giving out a year on the system to make $875,000?
And, you know, we submitted this 15%, 13,500 violations.
13,500 tickets are gonna be going against our taxpayers' children, our visitors. More than what you're doing now, and you're showing a 20% increase in enforcement coming this year on top of that.
Yes, sir.
To me, that's becoming a police state. That's what we're becoming. This is now gonna just keep expanding and expanding. Pretty soon it's gonna be stop signs. Pretty soon, every stop sign, stoplight's gonna have something on it. And you'll be up to hundreds of thousands. I mean, this is like a really slippery slope. So I watched the state of Connecticut Senate hearing on their transportation committee that talked about this. I don't know if you saw it. See it? Go back and watch it. By our own senator, did a great job. Tony Wong talking about it. And he talked to the commissioner, the state commissioner, who helped design this program.
Okay, did you want to answer the question?
For the revenue is that the commissioner said that this should be like a net zero. And when pressed by Senator Huang, he said he was very concerned that we would ever plan on $875,000 of revenue. How do you justify this?
That's for me.
What?
That's for me.
No, that's for him.
Well, no, he is a form. Okay,
It's in his line. It's in his budget.
okay.
All right, but
Answer
you
the
can
question,
respond if
both
you'd
of
like
you.
to. I mean,
Well, I've asked the question to him. I'd like
that's
to.
okay. I mean, I think the first selectman can also weigh in if he's.
I want to ask him questions too,
Okay.
so that's great.
Yeah, so I mean, just by our experience, you know, you're looking at is $13,500 as our,
500 tickets.
13,500 tickets for the residents of Fairfield. Do you know what the commuting public through our town every day is? How many
Through
people are
every
on?
road?
Most roads, yeah.
Okay.
Most of the roads that are coming in, Mill Plain Road,
Mhm.
Burr Street, Redden Road, Stratfield Road, Jefferson Street. Those are high volume roads and we have school zones. And I believe that this projection will probably be pretty close to accurate.
Chief, how many tickets do you give out on a yearly basis compared against this 13,500? On everything else, before you add your 20%, what's like in the 24 fiscal, the 25 fiscal year? What do you think your tickets will be at?
9,000-10,000 by the end of the year.
9,000-10,000. And this is going to go up just on this area.
Is that 9,000 or 10,000 tickets? I'm sorry.
9,000 or 10,000.
I wasn't sure if it was a
So
revenue.
now we're going to go up to like 25,000. Which you're going to be going actually up even 20% more percent of your funding. What? And then you have other schools you're going to be adding, right? That's the 13,500 is just on the schools, the 9 schools you're going for, right?
No, we're making the assumption that there will be other schools projected there. We already have applications up at the Office of State Traffic Authority for a total of 15 schools or school zones.
Okay. Is that only public schools? in this town?
No,
Or are you
public
talking
and
about
private.
Private universities?
Notre Dame, so Jefferson Street, so the university is there, there's a school zone there. You have Assumption School, Umpqua School, which is in that region of Route 59, Stratfield Road. You have all the public schools for the most part.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you want me to keep going with the list of all the schools that we have,
Okay. No, I think I've got it. But let me ask you, on your 9,000 tickets the other 9,000 tickets you give out. Those are given to a person, right? Those are given to an individual that you pull over, you get their license, and you give it to the person who broke the law, correct? Or at least you're alleging that they broke the law.
That's correct.
Right? The difference here, though, is, and I heard you talk about this during your presentation, that's not necessarily the case. Because you're now charging the owner of the car, which it could be my brother borrowed the car, my car, to go pick up his son in some place in Fairfield, and bring him back to mine. And I get a ticket in the mail. Correct? That's correct. How is that fair? How under American jurisprudence is that fair?
I'm not the one that made the rule.
Point of order.
This is-
He said they can contest it. There's a process.
All right, let's stick to the budget.
Okay,
Okay.
so it's not the person, like I prove it's not me, you will
Point
wait.
of order.
Yes.
This is gonna be implemented. It's past the RTM.
Okay.
Can we debate the revenue?
It's just like if someone drives your car, like the ticket goes to the car.
Why are we debating a program? That's-
I don't know.
So, go ahead, Flora.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So I just want to make sure I understand the math. I think you mentioned 15 schools. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so 15 schools, round numbers, roughly 9 months out of the year for the school year. I know it's 24/7, but different levels, but my math is 9 months out of the year, roughly round numbers, 20 school days per month. 15 schools, that's 5 tickets per day per school. You guys comfortable with that?
You'll get 15 in front of some assumption and up.
Well, every day.
You'll get
Possible
behavior where I live. Tell you
Right,
that.
but you gotta go through the whole year. Hopefully behavior does change, to your point, right?
I just have to say, like, I've been someone who's been very, very in favor of everything that the administration's been doing about safe streets, because our streets are ridiculously unsafe. As somebody with young kids, I live on Sturgis Road. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. And the most ridiculous thing is how fast people in this town drive and people out of our town drive. So, whatever due process issues people have with it, I respect that. Take it to the courts. This is a good thing. This is what most people in this town want, and we need it. We absolutely need it. So,
Don't
Do this, but.
and I would be
point
so,
of
I
order.
would be so, I guess what I wanted to say
Debate the
on the
revenue.
revenue is that I would be shocked if you didn't get that many tickets on Mill Plain. Or my kids go to school at Riverfield. I would be shocked if you didn't. Because people just fly down these roads.
I
Go
just
ahead.
have, just to follow up, you mentioned the average ticket, roughly $65. Right? What's the math that goes into that if someone's 11 miles an hour over versus 21 miles an hour over? Like, what's the math to support the 65 per ticket average?
So if you're going 11 miles an hour over or more, there's no distinction between 22 miles an hour over the speed limit or 11 miles an hour.
So it's a flat,
Okay.
It's flat.
so.
You were
it's-
exceeding the posted speed by 10 miles an hour and you get a ticket.
And the 87, the 875 divided by 13,500, all this other math, the $65, that's for us, right? So if it's a $15 service fee on top of that, it's gonna be $80 to the drive, right?
That's not correct.
All right,
It's $50 for the ticket and a $15 service fee.
then you'll need more than 13,500
But
tickets.
the person who, the ticketed person
Yeah,
pays the service
I just
fee?
took 875,000 divided by 13,500. That's $64.81 per ticket on average. So if that's our gross, it needs to be 79.81 to allow for the service provider. Or if you're expecting 50 from us, then you need more than 13,500.
There's one caveat to that. A second offense is $10 more.
Okay.
So we're gonna get multiple second offenses.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, thank you. That's the
Like 60
math.
offenses by somebody.
Yeah. I'm 2 weeks in and I'm on my second offense, I'm sure.
Okay.
I'll
Fine, thank
repeat that
you.
these are all assumptions.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
I understand.
I just want to understand the assumptions in the math that went in.
Okay.
I appreciate
And in a
it.
perfect world, we wouldn't need speed cameras because everyone would just drive the speed limit.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Mr. Myers?
So, just so I understand, the first offense is a warning, right?
For the first 30 days, we issue warnings, and that's by state statute.
Why would it be only the first 30 days as opposed to every vehicle gets the first warning?
I can't answer that question. I can give you my opinion, but I don't want to give you my opinion, so I'll just say because that's what the state statute said.
Well, maybe
So that's not debatable.
I don't know, I'm just asking, because, no, the reason why is that this is supposed to be about
The camera.
this is supposed to be about awareness. And, you know, part of the process of getting something in the mail and it being a warning is you learn that I should not speed in that area. And not only that, there's supposed to be very well displayed signage that there's a speed camera, because the goal is to not ticket them, but to get them to slow down. So if this is a successful program, we will fall very short on this 875,000. I hope we get 0 because we have compliant citizens who get the warnings, change behavior, and don't do it again. And the roads will be safe. Right? So I have a problem that like, how quickly can we get this so that we're getting the 50, 65, $70 as opposed to teaching the residents to drive slower? That's my opinion, but
I just,
Yeah, let me go to Ms. Ruggiero first.
So I guess my question would be, why do we have any revenue in the budget when my understanding is that the Transportation Committee who put this policy together says you can't have revenue in your budget? So my question. It's covered in the transport.
You're, based on what Mr. Walsh said? Based on what Mr. Walsh
I watched the commission speak. I watched.
said, you can't have revenue in the
Correct. And it goes so far to say, in fact, if you do have revenue, that revenue needs to be applied towards safe streets.
Well, but it all has to be applied towards safe street.
Correct.
Right.
So how do you have $875, 75,000 for revenue?
I mean, if it's not in there, we're going to receive, we believe we're going to receive it. So if we're going to put money aside for safe streets in the budget, we're going to have to raise taxes. I mean, why would I not put in revenue that I'm confident we're going to get? And I didn't know the commissioner said you can't have revenue in your budget. I'll call him tomorrow and ask him.
Just watch it too, but yes, it says you cannot.
Said you can't have revenue. I think it said
It
it's
says if
not,
you have
it's
revenue.
not supposed to be a money maker.
It's not a moneymaker. It's very clear. It's not
But
money.
it is a moneymaker.
no, I don't think it is, with all due respect. I think you're right. I agree with you. The point, I think the point is, as long as we as a town are spending more than what we raise in revenue on safe streets, we're fine. So what I think, what I think the CFO has to do, what Tom has to do, is make sure that we have a control in place that says we are spending at least this amount of money on safe streets.
Law, though.
Yeah,
So, I mean, you want us to follow the law, but
of course.
we have a lot of investments in safe streets.
Yeah, and it's just, it's record keeping, but we want to make sure.
So
that
I think
we're
so having that revenue in the budget, we're going to spend money on safe streets. I mean, this is going to offset that. We believe that this is going to, this is a pretty reasonable amount. To say, don't put it in the budget?
No, I think the point is, on a single line item basis, it looks like it's a revenue raiser, but the reality is there are expenses that offset this, more than offset this. We just need to make sure we're following the law and make sure that the expenses related to safe streets exceeds the revenue raised on this line item. That's all.
Can I just, what type of it, can you just, in general, you don't have to point to budget line items, but what types of expenses would qualify that this revenue could cover, for
Yeah.
example?
I think chief.
Okay.
So in the statute, it says that it requires that any revenue from the program needs to go into a special revenue account.
Okay.
And that money can be used on any safety projects for the town for safe streets. It could go to sidewalks, it could go to line striping, it could go for new signage, streetlights, anything to promote safer streets.
Okay, and have we identified in our budget $875,000 worth of those things.
We have some millions in our.
But no, I mean but I know we were bonding for some of the sidewalk stuff and whatever. I'm just, but like in the operating budget, would it be, what's in our operating budget that would qualify? Or maybe it doesn't have to be in our operating budget. Maybe it could be bonded stuff too. Because if we're talking about bonded projects, we certainly have enough, I think, right?
There are, I think we were projecting charging directly into this fund, some of the traffic division activity. Also, not simply you're gonna go through the road, but many of the instances, even in our operating activities we're doing are going to be more directed towards clearly improving the safety in the areas. So those types of activities and then that.
And is there a compliance reporting on this? Can you sure that that this isn't a net revenue thing?
Every year.
Okay, so you'll have to demonstrate.
Demonstrate and report back to the state on everything that goes in and comes out of it.
Perfect, thank you.
Just to finish up, so why would this be in revenue and just not held in a special account that is like a suspense, like a special account that's just for Safe Street expenditures?
It can be recorded in a.
It shouldn't be here in revenue. It should be in a
Well, you know, it could be
specific
revenue
account.
or reserve, we can set up a separate account, to do it. But,
Chief referred to a special revenue account. Why isn't it in a special revenue account that then expenses could be taken out of, separate than the budget?
The net effect would essentially be the same if we were to do it that way. So, I mean, I guess, you know, we could speak with the auditor, can look into that, but at the end of the day, we would then be booking off again portions of the expenses that I mentioned before and bringing them back out of the budget. So budgetarily, there's several ways to handle it, but the net effect is the same. We're planning on charging off a series of items throughout the budget. We don't necessarily know right now, is it going to be a certain amount of projects? You know, once we get it, we haven't even broken into our plans for the, you know, spring, fall, well, spring, but, you know, summer, fall, and next spring paving, sidewalks, traffic safety that's within the sidewalk and items now. So for us to try to sit here now and forecast exactly where every penny's gonna be, we felt bringing in on the top line and then charge it later.
Why would it be like a revolving, like, just like the Parks and Rec has, where it's just, they have a separate fund.
Well, you know, the net effect of are gonna be zero, the net effect is gonna be zero, because if you set up a revenue fund, you would take some of the operating costs that you identified and take them out of the operating budget. So the net effect on the budget should be zero.
Can I ask just to just maybe if, so we can move on with this, could you maybe, if it's okay with the, just come back to the board with, maybe just a quick analysis of where some of these things are. I'm sure they're there. I mean, if you take some of the Safe Streets capital projects, if you take some of the qualifying expenses that are throughout the budget, I mean, if you're able to demonstrate that these exceed $875,000 just based on things that are in this budget or we've already approved, you know, I think that putting it in a special revenue account and then trying to take money out of the operating budget and charging it off there, it's going to distort all our operating budgets then. So I'm not really crazy about that idea, but just to get everyone comfortable, if you could just give us something that shows, look, we have well more than $875,000, that would be helpful. Because I understand the conversation. I think a lot of this, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think in the legislature, there was sensitivity about this because there's been certain notorious things like in Ferguson where they were accused of, using these type, fines and things like that as a, revenue generator. And it was hurting residents, especially, lower income residents. So I don't think that was the purpose of getting into that. So anyway, I get what everyone's saying, but if you can just help us understand that that's going to be covered so we could take this issue off the table, that would be helpful. I mean, that doesn't answer the question of whether the 875 is the right number or a good number, but let's just make sure. Mr. Walsh?
Not having it in the budget also, if if there's an expectation that people trained on this and slow down in areas, go down over time, will prevent us from having cliffs on this going down the line. So it's another reason not to have it in the budget, because it would just be what it was. The administration could prioritize safety things that they wanted to do and have the authority, the Board of Selectmen or someplace else, to say, these are our priorities out of this much money that's in the account this year. As opposed to it going, putting $875. We are speculatively putting money in. We don't even know when this thing's going to be set up, whether it's going to be approved by the state. Tell them that it's going to generate $875,000. And we're totally guessing on when the install date is. We don't even have a vendor. We don't know the costs. I've never seen something more speculative in my life to just all of a sudden drop $875,000 into revenue.
It's not.
This should totally be an outside fund of some sort, or a special revenue fund, of which priorities could be put into after the fact, not budgeted ones. There's always safety things that could be budgeted. You could do extra sidewalks anytime you wanted to, or extra other safety priority things that could be worked on with the police department or with safety streets or with other things. So I guess that's a major problem I'm having with this number being in. And I would just like to ask the chief, in these type of things, I mean, we don't have any of these others, anyplace else in town, right? Yeah, any type of ticketing system that works off of the camera.
No.
What's gonna be more of a deterrent? I just wanna know your professional opinion. Pulling somebody over and the embarrassment of that, having them see that their neighbors have to pass them. Or a kid being shocked by it. And, or this kind of thing where you just get a flash, you get a nice ticket and there's no points, right? And it's just, I can write a check. Sounds like rich people will have no problem doing it. And if you have enough money, you just speed. Who cares?
Hey, again, we're not debating the program though.
Can we?
Yeah.
Maybe I could just address this question.
Yeah,
I think,
quickly, please.
I think both come with some benefits. So when one of our officers pulls over a car, it's not only the person who gets pulled over, it's the 50 cars that go by that saying, look, the police are out there doing what they're supposed to do. They're that enforcement activity happening. So there's an education component there. And I think the speed cameras, they also have an education component. It's a little different, but I think, you know, I would distinguish them as having some educational components on both ends. Not only one for the motoring public that see it and actively, observe it, and then the other, sometimes you get it, you get it in the mail. That's a part of it as well.
And if this is all about safety in school zones, which I appreciate, why does this thing go 24/7? When school's not in session, or it's 11 o'clock at night, something else like that? Why is it doing that other than to generate money?
Well, I think it's to slow people down.
Okay. I thought it was for the safety of the kids at that point. I mean, isn't that what it's supposed to be?
Well, during that time, the speed limit is lower because that's when the vulnerable users are most often
Okay.
traveling that area. And during the rest of the time, it's 25 miles an hour, or in some cases like Stratfield Road, I think it goes up to 30 miles per hour. And, that would be the speed limit when school is outside of session. It would go to the normal speed limit during the time outside of school session, and that would just capture people that are speeding in excess of 41 miles an hour or more for that time period.
I just think the way this is designed benefits rich people. Benefits people who have a lot of money. I mean, I'm never gonna have a problem with it because my car tells me.
Water.
All right,
Can we move
again,
on?
yeah, we're
Just
not here to
stop.
debate whether we're implementing this or not.
Go it. We'll find out over here whether we're right or
Yeah.
wrong about the
So
money.
last year when you guys were here, I actually was wondering if we could start giving a lot more tickets. And I was asking you guys and you had told us about the states, take on it basically and get us more revenue. Because quite frankly, I don't care if you give them out 24/7, people drive way too fast. So I'm happy about it. My only concern with this is that this particular, what we're putting in here is revenue, isn't designed for revenue. It's designed to basically stop the behavior, and then if you happen to make anything, it has to be reserved for having a safer street. So I don't think it should be revenue. And then when you said about the ask, which I just wanted to add to that, I don't think it could be capital projects. Because capital projects expense is spread over 20 years. So how do you justify that?
I don't know. I mean, we can find out. I don't
It
think,
has to be.
I don't think the method at which we finance it.
875 here, you need to have 875 in the budget to offset.
Well, let's find out. So let's find out.
So don't-
Just to time out.
120th of what's.
Agreed, agreed. But what we asked for is if you could, David, if you could get us something, an analysis of the qualifying expenditures. So you can
We would do
look
that.
that up. Qualifying expenditures next year that you believe would go against this, that would be helpful. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm not sure that the way we finance something matters, but it might. So qualifying expense. Okay,
Departments.
all right, thank you. Ms. Leclerc?
I just have two quick questions. One is, how often will these tickets be mailed out? Are they mailed out every day or monthly, or? Do you have any?
There's some statutory requirements that they have to make notice to the operator within 30 days of the violation. So in most cases, I think it's a daily event.
My concern is you have a high school student gets their license and 30 days into their new license, mom and dad are getting 30 tickets. Sent to their house and, and then what happens?
Their car gets taken away.
They get yelled at.
So that's, how do you warn them or get them used to that idea? And then two, are you gonna have some kind of camera, like by the cameras, are you gonna have a sign that shows what the speed limit is and what you're doing? So people are aware or that they're going too fast, or it's just the camera itself?
No, there's statutory requirements for where the cameras are placed, how far the signage needs to be to warn people that there's a speed camera ahead. So there's requirements, engineering requirements that are required by the state. And then when we send that proposal up to the state, they will come and approve that proposal based on where the signage goes, where the speed cameras go.
Sorry, yeah, Mr. Gerber?
There's a fair amount of evidence that the revenue will drop off after
Year one.
after year one, year two. Some people will get 2 tickets. And it's just in New York, just published a paper on its experience and where the cameras were. I think the ticketing dropped off something like 90% after 2 years, which, it's a valid point about the cliffs. So I would say if you're worried about a cliff, then make an adjustment to the budget, take it out, and then we'll find it elsewhere or taxes. But, I think we feel pretty confident that revenue, at least for the next year or two, is going to be there. And it may disappear over time, for sure,
Which would be good.
which is what the intent is. But, I wanted to put it in there because I feel like if there's revenue that I'm fairly confident of, it should be in the budget. But if you want to take it out, that's fine.
Mr. Curley?
So I'm fairly confident that we'd likely do this anyway, but can we ask that your newsletter make sure that the town residents are aware that when this is going into effect?
Just one thing to your point to add to that, and Mary's statement about the high school students having had one like 2 years ago driving around. Is there something that the students can also be notified? Because you'd hate for the kids to lose their license. I mean, something like there's a pass out or somebody announces it through the schools that, hey, we're putting these in effective today. You can't speed or you're gonna get these tickets. Just to educate the kids.
We do have
There's no
speed limit
point.
signs. I mean, we do have.
I know there's no,
It's the speed-
but still, I mean, it's gonna get someone in, kids in.
But they're not gonna lose their license.
Parents may take their risk.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Welsh?
Where in the budget is the cost of the signs budgeted in here? For all 15 of these locations? Because you're gonna have to have them on both sides of the road, correct? So where's the budgeted cost for what that's gonna cost to put up? And are the signs lighted, like at night?
So the revenue that is produced by the program can be used to pay for costs to run the program.
But I'm saying revenue, because that's all we have here. That's the way the budget works.
Yep.
It should be a corresponding expense line for what you think the deduction from that is going to be for the cost of signs. Like in your budget, you could put a line there, cost of signage cost. Because you know that you have this signage cost coming up or somebody does. Where's that line? Is it not in here?
It's not in there.
Oh. Okay. And then,
Can I follow up? Is that beyond, so you're gonna put, so right now, when you're approaching a school zone, there's plenty of signs, right? About speed limit, but you're gonna go beyond that and say.
Well, there are gonna be signs that say speed cameras ahead,
Okay,
and then there's gonna be the cameras, and that could be included within the scope of work for the vendor to take on.
and what does it cost to put up a sign? I mean, just randomly, is that expensive?
Police officer.
Honestly, it's probably $50 a sign at the most.
Okay,
they're
Times.
more expensive because they're reflective.
so,
They are more.
Sure. You're buying in bulk.
Wait, but there's an ebb and flow of how many signs we put up in any given year. Stop signs get knocked over more often in one
Do
year.
we have that in the
more than
budget anyway?
Some of them don't. So we were anticipating generally carrying that in our normal sign.
okay,
It's not gonna-
Okay.
okay, so it's not material, it doesn't sound like, okay.
Non-material, the cost of the signs.
Not that it's not material, but my response to how we were planning to do it, we were planning to do it within the way that we handle signs throughout the year. If you have a big storm season, as an example, you might have more signs that go down. You have a lower storm season, then you have less signs that go down. I mean, there are ebbs and flows within the Public Works Department that manages that, so we didn't anticipate having to adjust the budget line specific to these signs. I mean, once you put the sign up, as an example, if it gets taken out because of a tree limb week, then were we anticipating a specific budget line to plan for that? Public Works puts signs up and maintains the signs, through the ebbs and flows of the entire town.
We're estimating income coming in September, then by August 1st, we are gonna have to put up signs all over town and in school zones. School zones, not just, for example, Sherman Street. It's not gonna be just Beach Road. There's the side streets that surround each school. So you're gonna have to be putting up multiple signs in both directions.
But if it's if it's 6 signs per school zone times 15 schools times $100 a sign, it's $9,000. It's
We don't
not.
know what that is, bro.
We have a contingency budget that we could tap into just in case we have to.
805.
Let's go. I'm point of order. Let's move on.
And I also want to ask, is there, vendors that you're gonna use, do they sell their information to insurance companies? As a revenue? Okay, but if I was them, that's what I'd
But
do.
that is not, again, let's stay on topic here for the budget, please.
Expense question, yeah.
Expense, yep.
So,
Wait, are you on the revenue items? We're still on the revenue page.
yeah.
Any other questions on revenue here?
Kind of,
Okay, John.
just because it relates to revenue and the budget request. So the 708, 190, you're using that to buy police vehicles, right?
That's coming in from the outside jobs.
And how many are you getting this year, do you know? 10, okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. That's all I need to know. on revenue.
All right, so just to,
I want to ask about the outside jobs fund.
okay, 1 second. Yes, so I just want to make sure I don't lose anything. So in terms of what we asked for, qualifying expenses against the $875,000 revenue, is there anything else that we asked for on this item? Okay, that was it. Jim, go ahead. Sorry about that.
So the miscellaneous. Where is it? Miscellaneous difference in the revenue line, that's the outside jobs fund money? Okay, you're buying pens. Patrol vehicles, or what kind of vehicles you buying?
We don't actually know until we're buying Chevy Tahoes, that's the plan. But it is based on the environment that we face. We had a couple of accidents last week. We may find patrol. So it's based on, mechanical breakdowns, motor vehicle accidents, things like that. So I can tell you, we project to buy frontline patrol vehicles, at least more than half of what's in there. But I can't say for certain that that is what we will actually purchase.
Where is that? Versus 708,190. Where's the plan for that? Where can I see that?
So that should be broken down in units.
We didn't have it, just so you know, there isn't like
It's in
nothing
capital.
in the budget.
We used to always have that. That's
We
what
used to have a list of what you would think you were gonna
It
buy.
is in there.
Can you get it to us?
Okay, I'll put that down. Okay, list of,
Do you think half of them are patrol vehicles?
More than half.
And then if you say that's based on Chevy Tahoes,
That's correct.
like all 10 are gonna be Chevy Tahoes.
Well, we were traditionally using. This year, we've discovered that we're left and right in the Ford Explorer, so the viable to us. Wow. Had two Tahoes that we bought this year that are very reliable, and that's kind of what drove us to Chevy.
Okay, they're much bigger vehicles, right? They're right?
Not much,
Not much more expensive.
Okay,
No.
okay. And are they gas? Are they electric? I mean, I know you guys have gone to electric cars or buying them. Are any of these electric that you're buying?
These prices are all for gas.
Okay. Are you not doing electric anymore? You told us you were doing a test program, so I guess I'm asking you, how does that test program work and are we gonna?
We have 3 cars. We just took delivery on them. I'll say in November.
Okay.
One of them is outfitted, 2 of them are yet to be outfitted, so they're coming in. We have 2 chargers right between the police and fire department lots. And those are, we're waiting on UI to get those installed, fully installed. So the project is still in implementation. We haven't even really one that outfitted. It's still in implementation. We couldn't even give you, like.
Do you have no idea how they're working?
No idea.
Okay, when we have, take years to figure that out?
Now, I would say by next year's budget meeting, we would have a good, like, we're almost done. We're waiting on the outfitter to outfit the other 2 cars, and we're waiting for our UI.
Okay, okay. And this year you lost an SUV, correct? Because it went to Mr. Becker, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that right? No. You requested that vehicle?
I was.
Okay. Have you missed the vehicle?
We're short a vehicle, yeah.
Who was using that vehicle?
Who was using
Yeah.
it? Our marine unit. So our marine unit goes from October 15th, April 15th.
Yeah.
And during that time, the vehicle is either used for outside jobs or maybe we need to go up to the state lab with evidence or something like that. So it's used for those purposes.
And you've not been able to. And is one of these 10 vehicles being purchased to replace that vehicle?
I mean, we,
One of these 10 vehicles?
well, the vehicle that Mr. Becker uses will be back to us by April for the marine unit going back in service.
Okay. So it's only when the marine unit is not in service that he has it? I'm trying to figure this out.
Well, that was, I assigned it for that time period.
So you're gonna be getting that back.
That's correct.
None of the 10 vehicles that are being purchased are for Mr. Becker's vehicle.
That's correct.
Question about the breakdown, the cost breakdown for the cars?
We didn't have any we didn't have to take an Excel spreadsheet.
I could just tell you it's 10 Chevy Tahoes at 50,549. And that includes 10 vehicle upfits, which is to essentially turn them into police cars with radios, computers, bumpers, lights. And that's 10 upfits at 20,270.
thank you.
Real quick question, follow up on that, on the car, like the electric vehicles are Chevys also. You're moving from the Ford platform to the Chevy platform. Gas and electric don't mix, I understand, but is there an expected benefit to being an all Chevy fleet at some point, or is that not important?
It's not important. I'll tell you what is important. When a frontline patrol officer gets in the car, he needs to know where everything is, just like a pilot does in his cockpit. There's certain things that we keep everything in the same place, so officers go by muscle memory. And sometimes they work different patrol shifts, sometimes they'll work a whole shift in one area, and then they'll have to hold over or get ordered over and have to go to another patrol shift. We want both cars to be exactly alike when that happens, and we do our best to try to accomplish that. Sometimes it always doesn't, sometimes it doesn't always happen that way, but we do our best to do that. So whatever our front line fleet is, we try to keep that uniform throughout, so the officers go by muscle memory.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sheriff?
I just want to go back to the vehicle for the emergency management director. So the car is coming back in April. When was the car given to the individual?
I don't know the exact date.
What month?
I would probably say somewhere around October, because it was in our lot.
And is it, like after April, it's just done? Like there's no other vehicle being given
Not from the fleet.
from someone else? And what about gas in the vehicle? Is that covered by the town?
Yes, gas for most vehicles, from a public safety standpoint, they fill up at our police department. So fire fills up at our police department, all the police cars fill up at our police department, and any other public safety entity.
So gas is covered in this vehicle and by the taxpayer. And the historically, when this position was covered by the fire department, did that person have a vehicle, or should I ask those questions later with the chief?
Ask the fire chief.
I'll ask him.
Yeah, that doesn't fall
Okay.
under my purview.
Thank you.
Mr. Matola?
Can we talk about the budget now?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask a
That is
question on
regarding the
photos,
budget.
Dan. I wanted to ask a question.
No, I didn't-
Under your
But
revenue,
that's-
if the revenue line goes up by 80%, or almost 84%, what's the reason for that? Can you explain what you consider to be exposed? That's
Yeah, these are fees collected for providing police reports, video footage from body cameras and dash cameras.
okay.
And with higher transparency standards, increases in FOI requests, we've seen the number trend up. There's been an average 24% increase each year, so we applied that to anticipate FY
So
26.
there's a charge for the materials that you produce. You also get to charge for the videotape. I know you've talked to us about this before, that more and more people are asking for the video from your cameras and things like that. Dash cam and all those types of things you might have. You're able to charge them for that? Okay, is it an administrative fee, or is it just, is it per minute of video? Like, I don't understand how you guys do that.
There's some legislation going on
Okay.
right now, but we charge a reasonable rate for the production of.
Okay.
And in some cases,
Is it more usage and more requests? Okay, thank you. I'm done with that.
Thank you. Anything else on revenue? Are we? Ms. Leclerc?
I'm trying to remember how the mechanics worked, but at one time for the off-duty police presence, we were charging a fee and we were actually making money, and there was like an accumulation somewhere of funds. Is that still happening, or is it more of a match?
It's in the special revenue fund. I was gonna actually ask that. I think we've gotten that in the past. Can you provide the yeah, it's in the CAFR, but there's a special revenue fund for the outside job, but I think it might be combined with something else in the CAFR. Could you maybe just provide that to the board so we could see how much balance is left in there? Thank you, Mayor, Ms. Leclerc. Any other questions on revenue? All right, let me just write this down. Outside job fund. Okay. All right, expenses, Mr. Matola.
So, Chief, I understand that we're requesting 4 additional officers for next year, and then the following year you want 4 more. That's your plan, like a 2-year plan that you want to implement. If you weren't requesting the 4 additional officers, would you be fully staffed right now?
We currently have 2 vacancies.
2 vacancies. You're obviously filling those. And when you hire the new officers, they're obviously have to go to the training academy, if they're new. But do we do any lateral hires ever for Fairfield? No. Okay. And okay, so you have 2 vacancies currently. You're gonna fill those, and then you're gonna have 4 more for this one. And so if you do that, where do you think we'd be seeing savings in the overtime budget? Would it be overtime earnings from pay? Holiday pay, which ones would you expect to come down?
So mostly we would expect to see overtime replacement come down. That's the line that covered when we have a vacancy, we fill that vacancy with an officer at time and a half.
All right,
Can I make a caveat to that?
yeah, sure.
If we hire all brand new officers, it's 1 year.
It's a year away, right?
So we will experience savings, but
It'll be the year after next.
that's right.
I was gonna say, because the overtime isn't really down in this budget, and that's why you're assuming, yeah, okay,
Okay, all right. That's it, thank you.
thank you. Mr. Curley?
Quick question. I think in your intro, you talked about adding 5 officers. Your budget book shows 4. I just want to make sure that are you asking for an additional on top of this or?
So I might need clarification from Mr. Becker, but we did, in our initial presentation, cut the ask to 4. And then there was something that was lost in translation. We were looking to get one supervisor and 4 officers.
Okay.
1 sergeant and 4 officers. We went in and asked for 4 officers, and then after follow-up discussion, realized that there was a misunderstanding that Mr. Becker thought that we already had the sergeant that we had been asking.
So that's
So we
what
made
got
an
fixed at the Board of Selectmen.
We made an adjustment.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
As long as, not this page, because this was printed before. But
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, that adjustment sheet has it in there.
Thank you.
Ms. Ruggiero?
So, by adding back in the sergeant, I'm trying to see where that's at, if I don't see it quickly. When they come, is that gonna be voting somebody, or is that hiring an experienced person that's gonna come in that's ready for, without the training that they need for given?
We hire at the entry level and we would fund a position to be.
So basically, you're hiring, and, somebody's getting promoted, bring them on to the higher thing, and you're hiring 5 officers. And those 5 officers, it takes a good year for the training to go to the academies, and they go to a shadow or something underneath, and then there's some. And then the following year, next year, you're gonna ask for 4 more.
If we get the 5 this year, we'd only be at.
I think that there's definitely 100% need for more officers. I think that it's very alarming. And I don't know the statistics, and I don't want to go down that road right now. With it not specifically being for the budget, but I know that in my area in Philadelphia, crime is up for sure. And things getting robbed, it's been very scary times. So I'm excited, it's something we want to hear from people.
By the way, I don't know if everyone had a chance to read the materials that were provided in advance, but there are some pretty good summaries in there of activity and the number of incidents that you cover. So if you haven't had a chance to see that, it's helpful. Mr. Stark?
Just looking at the budget book, your FY 25 budget for a regular 11,453,000. And you show it going up by 435,000. That's less than the increase that you're showing in the supplement. Are you running below the 11,450,000 right now?
So in the summary that we had, the number that is in there is all inclusive, so that, and that was put together by the previous budget director who, really counted everything and literally every rule that he would add for an officer review. So that total number that's in that summary includes, payroll, insurance, benefits, uniforms, training, everything. you can think of.
But,
You've got that reflected in various lines. that you-
So,
Okay.
correct.
but are you running below the 11,453,000?
We probably are due to, vacancies.
Mr.
I
Myers.
just have a question about lead time for hiring new officers. You said you have 2 vacancies now, so I'm curious how long those have been open and do you anticipate are gonna happen quickly or how long do you think that get these on?
We're gonna try to do this as quickly as possible. The vacancies, one was in January, one was in February. Actually, I'm wrong, one was in December, one was in January. And we just started our hiring process. So recruitment phase is done, application phase is done, and our lieutenant who handles that process is scheduled as we speak. So he's in the, he has begun the hiring process, which from the time he starts his interviews to the time where we start making conditional offers, maybe say about a month.
Yeah, 6 weeks.
So that's fantastic. Get them that quickly. I mean, would you have to, for budgetary purposes, would they have to wait until July 1 or start the training or how's that work?
We currently have 2 vacancies,
I
so
mean, the ones that you're asking for tonight, the 5, do those have to wait until July 1 because the budget starts in July 1?
barring we can get seats in the police academy,
Okay,
which I think we might have 2 seats allotted for the July Academy. But there are other off-site academies that we can get them into. Milford holds one, Stamford holds one, Bridgeport holds one, New Haven, Hartford. So there are other academies that we can pursue if we have the slots available and the candidates available to fill those seats.
so you can recruit them, have them ready, but you just say, hey, the job starts July 1.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. Penley.
For the regular payroll line, getting you 2 vacancies now. I'm sure people aren't telling you, but do you have a sense of how many people are close to retirement, for example? Are they gonna have this big drop off of vacancies? I mean, I guess you have a sense of the years of service that your staff has had. What does
Yeah.
that look like?
It's prudent for us to keep an eye on who has years on, and we're looking at maybe around 4 people at a time if they so choose, but typically they don't announce their intentions until they have their plans. So no one has said anything about it.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Ruggiero?
You mentioned there was crime data in here, like the number of calls in the backup. I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, in the, I don't know what page.
I see the thing about the aggregated call. Is that what it is?
There's calls for service in there, not.
So there's that calls are up 10,000.
Yeah.
10,000 calls in 4 years. It's outrageous.
That's what I was referring to.
That's it. I just want to make sure.
We make,
And then-
we make a request.
Question?
It's in the backup you got.
No,
Also
it's, so they have, yeah, there is some stuff online. I tried to look.
That online as well, right?
But there's not an annual summary since 2020. So if, it would be good to have, I know there's a interactive dashboard, but it's a little bit hard to interact with. So I think an annual summary would be good, particularly as we, are adding on people, but also trying to do other things to account for what seems like a lot of the activity. In your summary in the backup, a couple of the points of the need for increased officers is increased development, increased traffic. I mean, that seems to be a big driver, sucking up a lot of your time. So I definitely want to have more visibility on it. If just a annual summary. Thanks, sorry
That's what I
to.
asked. Yeah, that's my question. You mentioned, that there was 3 offsetting lines to the tactical equipment, and I missed what they were.
Sure. One of them is clothing and dry goods. One is special department supplies. And one is training.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Driver behind, they're increasing.
So the driver behind the increase in information technologies that we moved $36,000 in services that were primarily IT services out of these professional services into information technology. And in my 2 years here, just getting involved in the budget, there are definitely times when I'm pulling my hair out trying to figure out what belongs in IT because it's got where IT has its tentacles.
Line item is that other.
Fees and professional services.
Oh, got it. Okay, thanks.
Other questions on expenses, Mr. Walsh?
So I understood what you talked about this with additional control officers, sergeants that came through for the selectmen. But reviewing your materials, would I say that? So I've never had this much information of almost any department, so I really appreciate all the hard work that is taken against. Probably part of us ask a lot more less questions and also get a better handle of what your department's needs are. But there were two letters, roughly one from you, and in there, you clearly set forth what the reasoning is for some of the increases. But it also says, I think in this letter, that you're going to be having 8 sworn officers. That's tied to what you're asking for. Now, the number that you went through, why did you ask for 8 and you were told you were not going to get 8? How does it go from this letter saying what your plan was?
So.
In other words, it says 8 and then you are now saying you're going to split them up over 2.
So we were given the opportunity to submit a proposal that really detailed everything that we felt we needed, with the caveat that you may not get exactly what we asked for, but that we would work on a good plan that was feasible. And we took a look at the numbers for 8, astronomical, double what we are asking for now. And we were comfortable with taking a look at what we needed and prioritizing for this year and
Did you submit a plan of 8 to the first selectman, prepare his budget?
We did.
And then were you told you weren't going to get 8 by the first selectman?
It was more of a collaborative discussion.
Is this the plan that you gave to the first, this is the plan, the materials, you didn't prepare these for us, these were prepared for
For
your budgets and the board, okay, got it.
So you worked with the first selectman of bringing that proposal of everything that you asked for in this letter, and question, and that was contained in the fiscal year 2026 budget highlighted proposal. That wasn't what then asked for. You adjusted that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I asked you a question. I mean, number one, I want to give you also great kudos because I've been asking for org charts. The department's best org charts. All the other departments in town. It shows everybody, right? And who they report. So I really want to thank you for doing this. It's the but we didn't this year. Define it, answer a lot of questions. And I think the color coding was. I wasn't looking for that, but at least told me per level exactly what's going on. So thank you very much. Question. In another budget for the fire, we're going to be talking about, I'm not asking the individual, but they're going from 1 deputy chief. I know that there's been a lot of talk, not for your department, but they increase salaries to match yours now. So a lot of comparison between your 2 departments. A lot of catch up that the fire seems to want to do in regards to that. Why don't you have 2 deputy chiefs?
I mean, I can only.
And could you use one?
I can only comment on our structure.
Yeah.
That enables us to structure our bureaus the way you see them in front of you, which you know is a very good workflow.
Okay. So you don't feel a need for another deputy chief?
No, but if you want to give my deputy chief a raise, you can, because he does as much work as two people.
Oh, really? Okay.
Other questions?
One more question.
Mr. Penland?
Can you just clarify the information technology? You said something about cell phones. We voted on stuff the other night for bonding that I thought was like cradles and radios and stuff. So what is this? What is the IT? You said something about cell phones, I thought.
So all of our cell phones, mobile devices, clear points and modems, that is all in one communication plan.
Okay, but didn't we, was that something, what was it that came before us for the townwide cradles and radios? That's a different.
Coordination with the
Coordination for other departments.
Sure, so when
That's the capital.
any of our vehicles that have, they require a cradle point modem to, or tracking and, you know, cellular services for that computer inside the car.
This is other equipment.
It is.
Other questions?
Why is holiday pay going up 7.7? Another holiday added onto the calendar?
I think it is a cultural shift in, the officers have the ability to take holiday pay either as comp time or as, pay. And we've seen a lot more of them taking the holidays as pay. I believe that's playable.
Holidays pay, that means your overtime needs to go up? Or how does that work?
It comes out of the holiday
Comes out of the
pay
holiday
line.
pay line.
Okay, yeah. Does that then force you, taking it as pay, they're still working?
Yeah,
Normal
so
hours, so there's no overtime, they just take it as pay, they just work.
they have a choice to take it as comp or pay.
Yep.
And we go on 3-year averages based on what we've experienced in the past.
Okay,
And if that culture starts to shift where they're taking more pay than comp,
okay,
then it changes our calculations.
okay. And the 6.67% increase in overtime training is because of the additional officers. You're hiring the officers in the coming budget, but they don't become an officer for a year. So really you need overtime to cover for those people in the budgeting, correct? Okay. And then the work attendance bonus, it goes up 12% this year. Is that just the people who are, or more people having an attendance bonus increase based on your numbers? Is that what's going on there? Yes. Seems kind of. Secretarial minutes is not going up a lot by dollars, but going up by 20%.
I think that's salary increase for that position.
Just ask that question one more time.
The secretarial minutes. Maybe I'm good.
It's not going up.
No, it's the next line. It's the fringe deferential comp town match, 20%. Why is that going up by 20%?
That's a
Those
town
are
hall.
budget director
Finance.
numbers.
Yeah,
What?
Budget director numbers that we get.
they give us those numbers.
David, why is that happening?
So it's
Tom, why is that
$1,000?
happening?
$1,000 you're talking?
Yep. Why is it going up 20% from year to year?
$1,000.
What was the question?
Yeah, which line? Give me
Fringe.
Why did
Town match. Why is it going,
401K go up by $1,000?
why is it going up 20%?
5,000 for the past 4 years. Next year, it's gonna go to 6.
Did you clarify?
Can you get back to us?
It's probably maybe a deferred, the 401K, but I'll check that.
Okay, and then the communications line. What's that for?
So our communications line, we do zero-based budgeting.
Praise the Lord.
It's a good, mostly here at what the annual escalated most of each of our residents.
Yep.
So that was one thing, and just making sure that those officers are equipped with mobile devices that they use. See increase in using those devices for investigating things remotely.
Your cleaning line's going up by 35% approximately. Is that just on the cost of the vendor, the cleaning? Not additional cleaning that you're back here. Okay. And that is it. Thank you.
I just have one quick question.
Okay.
A follow-up. So to the point that you made about hiring the officers and then, the increase you see in overtime, if you were to have put in those 8 officers this year, would we see a decrease in overtime the following year? Because they'd be ready and trained for the first split, because you wouldn't have that increase for all those 5 officers for the overtime that you're seeing today.
So what we did to prioritize was sort of plan if this budget goes through 5, those 5 officers going to assign where they would start to curtail the overtime a year from now. If they're trained and on the road by themselves.
So there's not a huge benefit. We wouldn't see a big offset, so to speak, if we have 8 now, you just have them in service faster. Got it. I was just seeing if there was an offset if we had that. Thank you.
All right, I think I just have 2 quick questions, which maybe you could get back to us. Can you provide, just supplementally, unless it's one thing, a schedule of what's included in fees and professional services comparatively?
Yeah, we did zero-based budgeting.
Yeah, or just what vendors, what's the nature of what's in there? I'm not asking for why it went up or down, just what's in there. And then my second question is, on the auto maintenance and repair, the credit of 196,000, can you let us know where that's running year to date and what your projection for year end is? That number, so that's the amount that comes in from outside jobs, right, to pay for wear and tear on the vehicles. Okay, so because I know last year we adjusted that, we made that bigger, and now it's flat, so just kind of see how we're doing with that. So if you could get back to us on those 2 items.
Absolutely.
All right,
Do you want me to run through fees and professional now, or you?
no. I should have put it as an advanced question, and if we had gotten an answer, I wouldn't even have asked, but I didn't do that, so if you could just send that, that's great. Okay, all right, any other questions? Thank you very much, appreciate, everything, that you provided.
Yeah, if I could just make one comment,
Yes.
everything that was provided was part of the team. You know, we tapped people, put together the org charts. PC did most of the proposals, so it wasn't just us working on it. There was a lot of people on this that helped out with the proposal. So it makes us feel good to see that our team did a good job, and I'm sure they're watching right now to hear
Yes.
that. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
for
great.
It's definitely one of the most best presents.
Yes, thank you, and I just wanna also say thank you for everything that you do for the town, for the whole,
Keeping us safe.
all our police officers, we
Yes.
appreciate it, thank you very much.
So much.
So I'm just gonna write down those 2 open items, these. Retail and.
It's still here.
No. Air. Okay. Animal control.
Hi, Paul Miller, Animal Control Officer for Fairfield. You want to start with revenue?
Sure.
Revenue is minimal, it's state mandated prices. Dogs, sale for dogs, dog license fee, that kind of thing. Deputy Chief, I think we do a 3-year average on that. For the operating budget, most of the, at least a few of the raises in the light items they're out of our control. They're one of them is the regular payroll, which is increases, which we have to add. Part-time payroll is set by, not by us, but by the town. We did raise several line items, fees and professional services. We were running close on that line item for the last few years and actually went over in 2024. Not only is this veterinary fees for injured animals, it's also for animal disposal. There's a crematorium in upstate Connecticut, and all the dead dogs that we have and the ones that we pick up on the streets are also come out under that line item. So I want to point out special department supplies. That's leads to dog food, but it's not limited to dog food. It could be netting, catch poles, traps, that kind of thing. For the last few years, we've been pretty much inundated with a large amount of animals through the group. It's kind of catch up time. Our first priority has been feeding and taking care of the animals, both in veterinary care and food. And now we are gonna try to back search and replenish our supplies of netting and renew catch poles for our feed, traps, that kind of thing. It didn't add much there, but it's a small budget item, so the percentage comes out. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Questions? The board, Mr. Walsh?
Story, like next door. Is there a problem where we get our dogs or get them out of town and then we sell them? People should be selling this stuff.
The state statute prohibits reselling a dog from the shelter, so if they are doing that, we would notify the state of Connecticut and they could get arrested.
Okay, great. I think you guys have been doing a great job, so. Great. Just one question. Are we having more instances of bears in our country? You have to handle that?
We're very cautious when we do. Our job is basically to scope out what's going on. If there's a bear in the area and he can't be scared into a wooded area, we will call a police officer to the scene. If the police officer and us determine that a state ENCON officer, environmental conservation officer is needed, they will come out and decide what the next course of action is. If a bear is in immediate danger, then of course, the police department will do what they have to do. But usually it's up to an ENCON officer as far as whether they're gonna tranquilize the bear, try to remove it, that kind of thing, or to euthanize it.
Just
Myers?
one question, coyotes are not in your purview, correct?
Not necessarily, but they are because it kind of falls under animals and we're the one that know most about it. Deep has their wildlife division. And however, we do respond to sick coyotes and aggressive coyotes. And so we are the first ones to call besides the police department.
Thank you, Mr. Stark.
How long does it take to get somebody from deep on the scene typically?
They are regional and they are thin spread. So you might be calling a guy who has to respond from Guilford, Connecticut to Fairfield. Guilford.
Oh, Guilford.
So it's even further. They have shore areas and that kind of thing. So we are there, police are there within minutes if we can contain the area. And usually we can't. I haven't seen an area. I think years ago we had one running through road or.
A bear.
A bear. And sometimes they're younger bears that get pushed out because they're becoming adults and the other adults know that and they won't let them in their brood anymore. So they kick them out of the area and they try to find an area where they're,
Special tactical equipment.
That's a big net.
Say one thing. So it's just a comment. I'm not gonna be real short. They do a wonderful job. I mean, you've come out to my house many times, variety of reasons, and I just think people should kind of understand what a great job they do. Just wanted to publicly say that because I don't know how many thank yous you get a year. Hopefully you get a lot of them.
That's a lot.
You should.
Give them to them all the time.
I mean, we had a
John
dog.
obviously needs to do a better job
We had a
keeping his animals under.
We had a dog
control.
terrorizing our neighborhood this past fall and he was out and traps all over the place and they got the dog and you told me a happy ending. The dog is doing well. So thank you, Paul.
well, thank you.
No, I will.
Amy will take any stray dog you have, so.
All right, any other questions on animal control? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, so dispatch, David, regional dispatch center, right? Okay. All right, so we're gonna move to the next item, which is, we've got the old title under here. It used to be called the DCC, now called the Fairfield County Regional Dispatch Center. So we are on page 210 of the budget, 209 and 210. Welcome.
Good evening. Hi, my name's Joe Gaudette and I'm the pretty newly appointed director of the Fairfield County Regional Dispatch Center.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet everyone here. Thank you for having me this evening. It's my pleasure to be here.
Welcome to Fairfield.
Thank you.
Belated welcome.
It's been a pleasure. I can't thank Chief Calamaris, Chief Dunn, all members of the Fairfield Police Department, Fairfield Fire Department for their support and assistance as I've come on board here. We've been working very hard to make sure that we're providing the highest level of service that we possibly can, together with our partners in Westport and Newton. And one of our goals this year is to bring in more revenue by actually trying to reach out and gain more partners as we go forward. It's my pleasure to be here. As far as our budget, one of the biggest accomplishments, I think, in this current fiscal year is that the town was able to settle a contract with our telecommunicators that resulted in a pretty significant bump to their salaries. And so we come to you tonight with a fairly flat budget, except for those increases in salaries. The other major thing that I think should be highlighted is the fact that the center is starting to show its age, believe it or not, already with the technology in there. So some of our service contracts are coming due now. A lot of the equipment was bought with 3 years worth of service. And so now the service contracts have come due. So you'll see some increases in those lines as well. I know we started with revenue first, so I can touch on that a little
Sure.
bit. We do have income from the town of Westport and the town of New Canaan. And that, I believe, is on the first line, right, David?
That's the other
subsidy.
The other part, then you've got your state, and then that next one is the transfer.
We have our state subsidy, which in background, we feel like we're being punished a little bit by the state and the way they're calculating our subsidy. So we have an appeal in now. We actually worked with our delegation, the state delegation, to determine whether or not there was a need for legislation to help us. After that, the Division of Statewide Emergency Telecommunications, when they found out that we were talking to our legislatures, asked us to give them some time to revise their regulations so that they could be more fair with us. So we're expecting that there may be an increase in the subsidy from the state, but we budgeted for what we're currently allotted. Yes.
Is there a Cliff Notes version of what the discrepancy is?
So we're basically being penalized because the town of Westport, their factor, their subsidy factor was bigger than Fairfield's because they're a smaller town and they tried to balance the amount of monies that towns are receiving. And so now Westport's factor went to Fairfield. So their numbers would result in probably about $15,000 or $20,000 more if we use their factor, but they're using the Fairfield factor. So we're appealing that. And the reason why they're doing that, by the way, is because there's an efficiency in combining the two towns at the state level. So instead of having two 911 machines, they have one now, but they're having a hard trouble discerning between which call belongs to Fairfield, which call belongs to Westport. So we're helping them with that because we seem to think that there's ways that they can do that they haven't figured out yet. So we're assisting them.
New Canaan's got to be part of this. They're small still as well, right?
So we don't answer 911 calls for New Canaan. We service their fire department and so they flat service fee set by the control board. And then the other transfers in, I believe, is the town of
That's the town's
Fairfield contribution.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Walsh?
So the state subsidy, is that number, because it's gone down, went up and then it went down?
Right.
That discrepancy, what you're appealing, why it went down, that was a new number this year?
No, the number of calls went actually went down. It was the factor that they used to multiply the number of calls to turn it into a dollar figure.
Okay, so that number's not what we were looking at, whether we should do this, what was planned. We received kind of like an outgoing budget, you know, that this would be self-sustaining, other than the town's portion.
It was actually the previous budget director, Frank, who was only here a month or two after I started. We kind of two ships. He had figured out that we were kind of getting shorted and had started the appeal. I was able to move that a little bit more forward after he left.
How much is the appeal worth potentially?
$20,000,
And you'll know about this when?
hopefully very soon, or before the end of this fiscal year, because I'm fighting for the money in this fiscal year too.
Joe, I'm glad you're in the seat that you're in, so
Thank you, sir.
it's nice to meet you, I see that you've called it now, I didn't know that this was the formal name, the Fairfield County Regional Dispatch Center. Is there talk about anybody else joining us?
There
Make it
is.
even more economic.
That is one of our stated goals for this year, is to reach out and try to bring other towns in, at least one.
And that'll help with the revenue side.
It will, yes.
Okay, so you have a town or you don't have to tell me who it is.
Yes.
I know you're, so you have a specific town that you're with.
Two.
And then,
Or two.
and then, okay, and then is the goal that you can get more towns in? Or do you think we reach a maximum at a certain?
I think at some point we will reach a limit.
Okay.
You know, geographically, we're called Fairfield County Regional Dispatch. I'm not sure that we want to reach out too much further than that. And, you know, there are other large cities that probably would not be interested in joining a regional center. But there are enough towns in the area that I think we can reach a point where self-sustaining and get enough revenue to really provide a high level of service.
I have no more questions on your revenue, but from what your initial talk is, this updating of equipment that I thought was brand new, I figured out during this. I'm not seeing a request for any new information. Any new capital laid up for the, so we can talk about that during the defense. I didn't see.
Yeah, Mr. Myers?
So in the summary, it says we hired a civilian director, which.
That would be me.
Joe?
Yes.
And then we returned the person that was doing this before you, I believe it says was a police
Please,
captain.
Captain.
That was a Fairfield police captain?
Yes, sir.
And were they doing it full time?
Yes.
He
So,
went back last
so we,
year.
oh, this happened last year. Okay, so we've already moved that captain back. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Thank you. So on the revenue side, I understand the 2.5, the lion's share of it that's coming from Fairfield. 1.3 is a split between Westport and New Canaan. This program isn't that old. Only been around for a few years. Do you get the sense that not just Fairfield, but Westport and New Canaan as our clients that are happy with the service received? I know, were there any issues with the transition? And are they expected to stay on as clients at the Senate?
So Westport's in, they're actually partners. They own half of the center and they pay a third of the costs. 33% in town of Fairfield. And I believe that they're in. They're also working side by side with me on this aggressive pursuit of another town.
Okay.
Because that'll really increase our subsidy. New Canaan, I think for New Canaan, it's dollars and cents. It came along with Westport. Gave them a pretty good deal, I think. That contract, I think, is coming up next year.
Local technically, originally.
Right. They came in with,
Evaluate.
so the control board needs to decide what they're gonna pay for the next 5 years. And
Buchanan's just fire as well, so it's a little bit different than whereas Fairfield and.
Got it.
And
Less of a lift.
Chief Bassett has indicated that, he's gonna do his due diligence. He's gonna ask around. There aren't a lot of options, but hopefully we can be competitive. And as you say, we can provide a high enough level of service that he thinks we're going to stay.
And just to follow up to that, to the extent that another town is brought in and contributes, call it $1 million, just for argument's sake. And the expense to service that town is $500,000, so that there's an extra $500,000 available. Does that reduce the burden to Westport and Fairfield based on that 3367%? Is that the?
Assuming there's no other increased costs
Yeah.
associated with taking in the $1 million, then it's split among the partners, yes, and towards the FCRT, of course.
And that's contractual, or is that just the expectation?
That's the expectation.
We're looking, so. Down, we're prospectively, but some of them are, to the director's point, not a big city and it's gonna be a big lift. I mean, some of the prospective ones are smaller call volume, where for them to run an independent center is really expensive, but where they need to be able to be, entered into our center without even making any sort of a headcount adjustment perhaps, or very minor. And then not only do they have the opportunity to pay a fee, but it would be much less than trying to run a full standalone setup, but then also with the state subsidy. So there are certain situations that may be more of a break even. There are certain situations that are, really cost advantage for everybody involved. Obviously, we're looking for ones that are the most cost advantage when possible. So what we don't want to do, it's one thing with New Canaan coming along with Westport, and then Westport and Fairfield initially as the two, leads on this. It was one thing that there were, in some instances, right, you have paid more, but you were eventually looking to get the savings later. We don't wanna go and take someone on and then find out we're losing, it's gonna cost us money, we're losing money to have them in. It's gotta be pretty clear cut that it's advantage, to us.
Yeah, and I guess my point is, I get it, right? We're gonna try and add a town and there are cost efficiencies for them to join us and we may have to add a head count. But on a net basis, it would hopefully save the center, save the owners of the center, Westport, Fairfield, something. And I guess my question is most specifically, is since the expense split is a 2/3, 1/3, to the extent that the expense is on a net basis lower, is the expectation that Fairfield would have 2/3 of that saving.
Correct, because
That's all.
they'll come in as a.
I don't need details.
No, that's okay, that's good.
Thank you.
And can I just ask a question?
Sure.
So first of all, welcome again. We're glad you're here. We heard that there were a number of operational challenges before you came on board, and last year we voted to increase the budget
Thank you for that.
fairly substantially in recognition of that, because we all understood that if the operational issues we didn't get our arms around them, and we weren't going to be able to bring anybody else. So from your perspective, Howard, you mentioned additional capital investment, which I have a question about that, but are things going well now? Have you straightened out the issues that you had?
So
Just briefly.
I'm not sure exactly what the issues were before operationally. We're human beings.
Right.
So we make mistakes still. I don't, we try to limit those numbers of mistakes. We don't want to make the same mistakes twice. But we've increased our training, the amount of training. We're gonna do more of that. State actually provides a subsidy for training to the centers, to the regional centers. And so we're trying to take advantage of that. work with all of the other disciplines, both fire and police. We have liaison groups that meet to talk about operational issues that, because of the crossover of discipline and towns, sometimes we don't always do things the same way. And standardization really would assist us, and it does assist us. And so we've been working on some of those things as we go along, and I think successfully. And there's still more to do. We've only been here since September, but I would say that some of the big stuff that was bubbling up seems to have calmed down. I don't think I've had one grievance since I've been there. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. But
All right, no, that's good to hear. Just a question on the capital. Can you, you said some of the equipment already was aging and that you might need to put more money in. So two pieces. One, how does the cost sharing work for that? I don't know if that's a question for David or for you. Is that the same split between us and Westport?
It is, and so to some degree, even assuming you may need to do something during the year, this is the time to do it, because Westport also goes through their budget process.
Okay.
If we don't capture some of this
Well,
now,
we don't have anything in this budget for that, right?
not that, but we did put some money, we did leave a contingency amount in there, because for instance, more mechanically difficult than pulling out of the town's
Oh,
contingency.
okay.
Instead of- So we have, so we didn't put specific capital, not having a list, but we left a contingency.
I may have misspoken. We have service contract, right? So you see the professional services, that's jumped up quite a bit from 114 to 128. Those are because we have service contracts that regional purchase have, with the 3-year service has faded away now, and now we need to start paying those annual service contracts. And those are the reasons why those things, the equipment maintenance, the fees and professional services, that's why you're seeing a bump in those. It's
not like you have to put a whole new system in.
no big capital expenses right now are planned. And anything that we do, state provides a subsidy to incoming towns of up to $300,000 for costs associated with moving into our center.
That's a one-time,
It is.
yeah, okay.
But it's available to every town that comes in, every time a town comes in. So if we need any kind of capital expense, I would hope that at that time.
Okay, and then my last question is, can you talk a little bit about the contingency? That is a fairly, do I have that right?
It's down to 55.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking, I don't have the headings on this page, so that's 55,000, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So 420 was that wages, was that the? wage
Partially
reserve
due to the
last year?
wage reserve, it was also due to setting aside money for adjustments with additional, in this current year budget, being able to, the control board decided to add the additional TC2 positions and hiring is needed. So part of it was forecasting, giving the new director the latitude.
Got it. So we just have,
So we
so
don't-
it's only 55,000 this year, and is that unspecified, or is there anything you have in mind?
It's unspecified, but again, if we were to get into a situation where the center needed funding, it would not only have to go, it wouldn't be just us transferring money in, Westport would then have to go as well, so you wanna forecast some of that
Got it.
early on.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Thank you. Other questions from the board? Mr. Stark?
The 2% increase in CC telecommunications, some number of personnel to population, like, does that reflect adding new? Just curious how much the workforce would have to grow if we do have.
If you look at the table of organization, it's pretty balanced with the 6, 6, 6, and 6. Right now we have 22. Fill out that table of work so that there's no built-in overtime. A vacancy creates built-in overtime. And there's always gonna be overtime because we are a 24/7 shop. And when somebody takes a day off, somebody's gotta sit in that seat. But there's a balance that we have to find. And by filling that TO, by filling the table of organization, I think, there's enough overtime to keep people from complaining, but not too much overtime. Where we're starting to order people and they're fatigued, and I mean, everybody knows the story of the poor dispatcher from Stratford who had worked 16 hours in a row, and on the way home smashed into the tree and died. So that's something that we're trying to avoid by keeping the TO full.
Yeah, and that's based on experience that I have. My job, it is a morale buster when you're ordering these people in for overtime over and over again. It's an extremely stressful job. I've seen it.
And the toughest part, Mr. Vitale, is that really you can't leave.
No.
You can't get up and walk away. You know, it's you're close. Somebody's got to answer that phone. And it's a hard thing to tell somebody you can't go home. You have to stay.
Mr. Myers?
Real quick, are these, all these dispatchers, are they employees of the town of Fairfield, or is this a separate entity?
No, they're town of Fairfield.
There's none that are Westport employees, or
No,
all?
sir.
Other questions? Mr. Walsh?
What is health self-insurance?
Those are the benefit plans that we discussed.
Health insurance plan?
Yeah.
Regular health insurance.
Health insurance, yep.
Why do we call it self-insurance?
Because that's what we have now.
It's it was a self-insured.
That's what we have now, self-insurance.
Town is self-insured.
Right. These are the benefit costs that we discussed a couple of nights ago.
I got it, okay. Okay. And why is the retirement contribution for the town going up by 111.7% year over year?
Again, this is based on the actuarial calculations that we had 2 nights ago. This is the allocation. If you remember, there was a actuarial evaluation that was done, and those costs were allocated amongst the town, the Board of Ed, and this group.
So they doubled in 1 year?
The
Last
allocation,
year was 119,158.
again, it's tied to the actuarial evaluation. This goes directly to the valuation.
Right, it's not is it an allocation or is it based on the actual employee
Based-
population?
Based on the population, correct.
Okay. And the retirement contribution, or the 401A contributions up 27.76. Is that something changed in the contract? Or is that
That's based on the number of
a number of
participating in the plan. It's based on the number of participants in the individuals participating in the plan.
is there 27.76 more participants this year than there were last year?
It would be a combination of an increase in the number of participants and their their contribution.
Okay. So when I look at the number of participants, there's really just two more telecommunication one positions. Correct.
There's some new hires along the way and that are the,
Two more positions. Looks like from last year, there was 23, now there's 25.
so those positions, they're unfilled. There's 22 currently. We have 22 active, 24 in the budget for next year. 22 or
Okay.
2 vacant.
Okay, because we budget on your personnel summary. Oh, are you talking about, you're not including yourself, so there's 22 currently. Telecommunications.
I'm sorry.
That's fine, no, I'm just trying to. So, okay. And then on the maintenance and repair, it went up by 384%, it went up by $50,000. What is that? Have a new brand new location. Yet your maintenance and repair is going up by $50,000 on a brand new space, like brand.
Well, it's, I would say, I don't have the stuff in front of me, but I would say that it's related to maintenance fees as a result of the equipment
plumbing.
So the equipment that you have in there, your telecommunication equipment, that was old stuff that was ripped out of the basement of the police department?
It's not just the computer equipment, it's HVAC, it's generators, it's UPSs, it's fire suppression systems. I'm trying to think of all the maintenance agreements I had to do this year.
But we didn't go in there with like new stuff, or are you saying that that's maintenance contracts that we just didn't have for like the year or something?
Honestly, some of this stuff was never done by the previous people in charge.
Okay. All right. So we should see that level out next year.
I'm hoping it's, yes,
So
yes, right.
It's contractual services.
Yes. A lot of them are facilitated by Mr. Ryan, James Ryan. It's been very helpful.
And then, I just want to ask you about, so you don't need any capital projects, because you're going down from $50,000 in capital outlay last year to the zero. You don't need anything.
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay. And then can you explain to me what the contingency amount is going to be used for? I mean, I understood what it was being used for last year, because you were,
I just asked.
what is it going down by?
I have some ideas.
Some budgeted idea, like you know what they're going to be used for? The answer.
I have some ideas of what I'd like to use the contingency for.
And if we don't have a contingency in the budget.
Yep.
Then if something does go wrong outside of this at all, unlike our other departments where Fairfield could go to transfer contingency, we do that throughout the year at the end of the year.
Yeah.
It would involve 2 municipalities doing that. So this has its own contingency because you would, at some level, so that it's sorted between the two towns. It dropped significantly because last year it had the contract set aside for the increases. It also had set aside in their project mid-year adding either the utilization of the TC2s and possibly adding more headcount. So it was to give the new director, when they came in, the latitude as well. So we now have the new director. Those are items, the contract's been settled. The director's presenting the budget in the current year and is putting a small set aside for contingency so that if something does need to be changed, they don't have to also go through all the boards in Westport, which is a bit more of a process act, just going this one.
You have all the personnel you need right now, correct?
Trying to hire 2. We're actively advertising now, sir.
Okay.
And we actually have a lot of good interest, so over 70 people.
Great. Is that driving up your overtime right now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your work chart.
You're welcome.
I'm really happy with that. Thank you so much.
All right, any other questions on this? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, we're gonna move on to library. Scott, I just want to point out it's only 9:16, so it's about 2 hours earlier than we normally speak to you. Welcome. Actually, I didn't mark this down ahead of time, but library, so we start on page 162 for those following along. And welcome.
So first we'll start with revenue. Nothing has changed much. We've moved some lines around, be a little bit more honest about how the money is collected. A slight increase because we're thinking that we're going to increase the amount of money that we charge for revenues. And that's really the big changes on revenue. The fine line is fines, right now, we're trending where we projected, so we're comfortable. For our budget, both looking at the main library, which is about 3.15% increase, and then Woods at about a 1% increase. This really comes down to payroll and contractual obligations, and a slight increase in our part-time payroll, 2 hours on Saturdays. 3.5 years I've been here, the library's constantly getting positive feedback. Saturday mornings were the only place where I get a lot of phone. Like, they really wanted us open. So our goal now is to be 10 to 5 as opposed to 12 to 5. Other than that, everything is either reflective of just the increase in costs of operating and increase in the use. As you can see from those numbers, we had another huge growth here. Very popular library. We're one of the highest circulating libraries in this. And all of our programming, especially our children's programming, it's wheels. So because we utilized great program, great staff. We aren't asking for much.
Great questions from the board. Mr. Curley?
You talked about hours of operation until Saturday mornings, and I agree, Saturday mornings, it makes sense to be open, but I wonder what the traffic's like at 5 o'clock on a Saturday. Does it make sense to just shift from 9 to 4?
So we all have a shift on the desk. So I work one Saturday. We're kicking people out at 5 o'clock on Saturday. So we have, whenever we look at our hours, we actually have a way to measure not only how many people are coming in between a certain time, but when we have to look. So what you get on a Saturday is students who have woke up at 1 o'clock and have made it to the library, high school and college students. Those tend to be the people who are in the building and they're there. And we have to do a walk through the building, and this worked Saturdays ago. And I think we had a group of about 10 people we had to kind of usher out at 4:48, 4:55, because they wanted to stay until we shut the lights off. So we're always looking at when we're being most utilized. And again, it's such a popular library. And the difference in usage. So yeah, we're not circulating a lot of books at 4:30 on a Saturday, but that third place kind of usage, the study rooms, program rooms, individuals just at tables and chairs is huge at that time, and in the evening.
Thank you. Mr. Matola?
Maybe you said this, I stepped out of the conversation. For the expanding hours, that be Saturday, that be all year round, or would you not?
That would be all year, it would be all year round. We do close Sundays May through kind of August.
Close Sundays.
We do close on Sundays, and that's, a cost saving measure, and it's, you don't see a lot of Sunday usage in the summer. So, we'll always look to see if maybe, Saturdays are a little truncated in the summer, but I don't think they will be, just because our summer reading program is packed out. And kids are constantly in the building.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Walsh?
Faster than I speak. Right, after that, remind me why the library investment fund went this, from being, $115,000 to $120,000.
So those payments were to pay the bond.
Okay.
So there was a bond taken out in the 90s to
Yeah.
redo the main library.
Mhm.
So the payments that were reflected, the trustees giving from their account.
Through the
To pay
town,
that-
and that's where you brought the
pay that
revenue.
bond.
Okay. And do you get other funds from those, the trustees of? or
Yes, whenever we,
Sources?
whenever we do, yes, have a budget, it's always for capital expenses. Charter actually lays out that it should be for capital expenses. So when we replace furniture, and with libraries, you probably want to replace furniture every 10 to 12 years. The trustees have paid for that in the last few cycles. So they've paid for it directly, that's why it's not reflected in there.
Is that the Friends of the Library?
That is the trustees, so they're basically the commissioners of our department.
Okay, and how much do they have invested?
Right? Well, we don't know right now. I'm sure if we ran the numbers, I believe it's about 8 to 9 million.
Can you supply that to us of what they pay out?
Yeah, we did last year, but we'll do.
Yeah, that's the format, the same thing as last year. And on the Friends of the Library, do you have a budget for them or how much money you get
Yes,
from them?
so the-
What they purchase
so
on your
they're-
behalf?
The Friends. That's all spent. And how much we spent last year. and How
Yeah,
much
can
we
you get that?
spend, project to spend this coming year.
Yeah, I appreciate that. In regard to the change in Saturday mornings, 2 hours more, right? That already started?
No,
Okay, so your plan is to start that July 1st.
contingent on the budget.
Okay. And I noticed in your personnel summary, because I was trying to kind of go through it. Did you do, yours is probably the only budget I've ever seen that says, but it says varies under how many part-time. So I thought in other budgets, you would have the number, maybe I'm wrong.
So you have to remember that the library pretty much operates from 6 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night.
Sure.
And our public hours go from 9 AM till, 8 o'clock, and then we do programs after. So we rely heavily on part-time staff. So that's why that falls. We hire a lot, but we lose people quickly. Often, most of our part-time staff are either retirees who after a couple of years maybe don't want to do the retirement job anymore, but we also tend to hire a lot of people out of library school and out of health. So they start with us as a part-time employee and they leave pretty quick.
So you just have high turnover there, I would say.
I would say we have high turnover with our part-timers, not so much with our full-timers.
You always try to keep a certain number of part-timers around to cover.
We cover we do it budgeting by how many hours we believe we can cover the desks.
Okay.
So head count for part-time is not as important to us as overall budget and hours that are used. So we schedule out sometimes, some of our departments 6 months in advance. So we have a pretty decent projection of what our costs are gonna be moving forward into the next quarter.
So when I see that you have under part-time line, that you have a total part-time. Last year it was 326,800. It's 97. Is that what the 2 hours is costing us, or is there a raise in there that's raising the hourly rate for the part-timers that's also a certain portion?
No, that's pretty much to cover just part-time hours. Raise for the part-time employees happened under this year's budget.
Under the 5 budgets, so there's no new hourly rate for that. So is it in the part-time where I would see what the cost of those 2 hours was?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it's around $9,000.
9,000 for the year. Okay. Thank you for that. I can let somebody else go. I'm probably. Somebody else. So, no, I don't want to.
Just the library assistant, why did that go down to the 177,000 last year?
That's because position was actually budgeted. Was it budgeted in Woods or at Maine? Which one goes down?
Woods.
Okay, and if you notice, it goes up at Maine. Because it was just.
We had
it was appropriate. Someone moved.
We had a staff member who had a staff member leave, and then we have a staff member who was already with us. And then we hired someone else at need.
And I think this will probably answer my second question. Is it the same scenario with the teen librarian?
Yes, so for some reason, the teen librarian that we hired in this year's budget was budgeted for the main library, even though we were clear they were going to be at the Woods branch. So we got that worked out.
Thank you.
Mr. Penland?
Thanks. I love the library. I think you guys do just an amazing job. It's a fantastic library. Very quick question. I'm going to pay fines and I have to pay in cash. I don't know if it's because my license is still not a Fairfield resident, but is that for everybody?
That's for the library. We would like to move to a credit card system.
What's the
I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. We're just waiting for the administration on the board. That's something that requires me to figure out.
I've
Make
been,
it happen, make it happen.
I've been denied the ability to pay my,
My
fees.
My staff have been really clear that this would be something that would really help individuals.
Yeah.
A lot of people come into the library with
Cash,
cash.
yeah.
And especially you owe $2, you know, maybe you got $2 in quarters, but it's just not, you're not thinking of going to the ATM before you go to the library, so.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp?
I'm not sure if your answer to Mr. Ruggiera's question
Heather,
answers mine, but,
can you speak up a little?
I remember you had come to us before to ask for the extra teen librarian and now you're taking it out.
No, we just transferred, we didn't transfer.
Oh, okay, that was the.
It was just that staff member was put at main when they should, in the main library's budget, when they should have been in the work.
Other questions?
The library fines, you got rid of late fees, right?
No.
Oh, you did, I think you were thinking about it.
We are thinking about it and we're still exploring possibilities towards it, but for right now, all we've done is automatic renewals, which have been incredibly popular. We thought our fines were going to take a hit because of those, but they don't seem to be, so.
So when you say that the budget has changed to zero, you're still tracking to be $30,000 year over year? Okay. And then I'd just like to talk to you about your library materials, and I know the budget hasn't gone up, and I know previous years it had. Keeping it steady. I've asked this question to you a number of times, so I don't think it's gonna be a surprise to you. As the makeup of the materials change, and obviously technology's changed. I know you were starting to invest more in electronic books because that was what the public wanted, and taking out that you were still maintaining, I don't know if it was CDs or DVDs or still. Can you give us an update on your percentages at a certain point? Get us a breakdown of that. I know you've done it in previous years when I've asked.
It's odd because recently we just looked at ebooks have sold out a little bit. It's, I believe some of that is just the pricing of ebooks. They're incredibly expensive to pay for the lease on those books. And you have to remember with an ebook, you're not buying it, you're leasing it.
Yeah.
So right now, the hold times for most of the books in our collection are like 16. I think I just reserved 17th on the list. So that's kind of stalled out that demand. It's a really odd library to run in a way. I've been doing this for like 25 years. Every time I've run out of space at a library that I've run, it's easy. It's like, all right, we're gonna get rid of 50 feet of shelves and 20,000 books from the shelves. The amount that people read in this community, I would never suggest that. We could probably double our book budget and justify it. We have a population that comes in to borrow books where I've never seen this in my career, where if we can't find it on the shelf, the joke is always, it's in somebody's hand. They've grabbed it from the shop, and these are books, not brand new bestsellers. So the physical books, I don't think are going away anytime soon. We no longer buy CDs. I know libraries are starting to get rid of CDs. Well, I don't know if it's fantastic, because I will always make the argument that libraries are a great bridge. We know we have a digital divide. We know we have levels of digital literacy in our community. There are individuals who still want to hear music on CDs. It sounds better on CD than a compressed digital format. So I think libraries do a great job. We still have a fax machine. We do a great job of creating kind of that bridge so that transitioning out of that format, we no longer buy CDs, but the CD collection will probably be there for a while. DVDs, I don't know if many of you stream. It is a mess. My wife and I are back to going to the barn and getting a movie because we can't find it anywhere streaming. So we dusted off the DVD player. So we've actually seen a little bit more interest in our DVD collection. So I thought we'd be done buying DVDs, but I think we're going to continue to buy DVDs for a while.
We have a bunch to donate to you.
What do you need from me? I don't know anybody who doesn't stream movies. and has no problem.
There's a lot of movies that are no longer available. And not everybody wants to spend $200 to have every streaming service. So for individuals who, and there are individuals in this community who can't afford to have Hulu, Netflix, and, Prime, the library is an opportunity, because if you don't have the 5, I think we're down to 3 in my household. It's sometimes hard to find something to watch.
An example is the recent Oscars, the Best Picture nominees. I had to borrow from the library for a couple of them. They weren't available services. That does happen.
The upside too is, that format's very cheap. So if, we're looking at cost per circ, DVDs are really a low cost per circ.
It's every year. That portion of the budget does go down.
But our most expensive investment, which is books, I don't see the collection getting any smaller anytime soon, and physical books continue to go out every day.
Still 70% of
That's what you said.
is physical materials.
Thank you. Mr. Scherer?
Just one follow-up question. You mentioned that there's a decline in ebook, but not audible books, correct?
No, both.
Oh,
No,
Not audible, sorry,
Not
not
audible.
audio. No, audio are still, and honestly, we use 2 services for audio.
You have Libby and Hoopla.
And Hoopla is a really hard model to work with because it's cost per circ. So you get a really popular title, it's gonna cost you a lot of money. We actually thought about reducing that, but the audios are so popular
Can't
that we
really.
just can't do it. I had a patron literally tell me, I'm hearing this.
If anything, the rates are very long.
Are very long.
So I was gonna say, there's no way, the ebooks I understand, but audio.
No, wait, in Hoopla, you get it right away no matter what, but that's
Libby.
when we have to pay.
Libby, there's a lot
Yeah.
more.
It's different type of
This is-
content.
Yeah, and they're more of the traditional older materials on Hoopla.
Other questions?
What's the other service you?
So we have Hoopla and then we have Libby, which is Overdrive. They are the distributors of ebook and e-audiobook content. Libby.
If you have any questions, you can just see me.
Yeah, I have Libby on my,
Just see me after.
Other questions?
Did you notarize documents?
No, but I would love to.
I would say, especially in New York, it's almost required, and you can charge a fee for that,
In my previous library, we had notaries.
$5 at least.
especially on weekends when people can't find a notary but are not working. I think it would be a very valuable service for the community. Explain to us how libraries have become a community. But also, it would give you another revenue source.
You are preaching to the choir on this one.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your great start.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Love that it's color coded. Very clear. Thank you.
Great. We see our ink budget has gone up, Jim.
I didn't say it had to be colored.
I'm joking.
I was happy to have
I love you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys being here. All right. All right, so we're gonna, move on to fire.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, how are you? You see org charts in your hands, all right.
My work cut out. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I made,
You get it laminated.
Jim,
I could do that.
I made.
I really appreciate it.
Holding up. Holding up.
All right. You've got what?
That was me.
Okay.
Shifting with the double push of the 2 tables.
And then you pay.
Yeah, we should have asked for magnets. Yeah, you could have put them on your refrigerator, but okay. All right, well, welcome. So fire, let me, just take the page number for everyone. 102.
I did.
9 is the first.
109.
Well, it starts on 102.
104, that 104 is revenue and then Great.
I have a statement.
So just for the public, if you guys could introduce yourselves too, and then
I'm Acting Chief Kieran Dunn. This is my Deputy Chief for Administration, Roger Case. It's my Deputy Chief for Operations, Pat Barry. So thank you for having us
Thanks
here
for
tonight.
being
I'm
here.
sorry that we were late. We had the Fire Commission meeting tonight.
oh
so
no, thanks
straight
for
You were sitting down.
thanks for accommodating. It was tough to work with everyone's schedules this year, so glad you were able to make it tonight. All right, so want to just quickly, we could quickly hit revenue and then go from there.
Sounds good.
Any highlights?
Not really any highlights. Revenue is always a difficult thing to, it is a prediction and we have to, our fire marshal usually has a conversation with the building inspector just to see what projects they come online. Now, not all the building department projects are relevant to us. Residential housing does not touch our office. It's only multi-residences and, you know, assemblies and any other things other than residential housing. So what we did do is we did increase the revenue prediction slightly, only based on that right now, well, at least at February 2nd, when we're doing our quarterly 2 report, we saw that we're at 75% of our $200,000 prediction. So we thought, okay, if things go pretty much the same as they've been going this year, it's always a prediction, and it's every fire marshal that I've asked for their prediction, they always panic because, you know, they know the import of any prediction going either way. So it is his best, best prediction. And the other revenue piece is the EMPG grant. So that's just a grant that's a per capita grant that goes to the fire department or town actually. And it's per capita, so 50 cents per person on the population, and it's given through the federal government to the state government, through the region 1 of Demis. And it's only if we consider actions in emergency management, which we do. We produce an emergency, a local emergency operations plan. We go to all the meetings, we participate in drills and other things like that. And we always have been doing that. So it's money for work that we do, and it's given to any municipality that does that work, files those, necessary quarterly reports and things like that. So.
All right, any questions on revenue? Okay, all right, highlights of the expense budget. I don't know if you want to start with the headcount page or not, but you.
Okay. Next one is
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have the right page.
I see the personnel summary on page 106. Oh, wait, I've got the.
106.
Yeah.
Okay, so big changes that the that we've gone from one deputy fire chief to 2 deputy fire chiefs, and we've also there's a fire lieutenants. Actually, what we've done is we've attributed part of our lieutenant salary, that is the lieutenant that's down at the fire training center, or assistant fire chief salary too. So it's part of their work is down there and part of their work is in our work.
So do you explain that? Because that's supposed to be a kind of self-supporting budget, right? For training center.
Yeah.
So explain to me what you did and how much money got moved from one to the other, or is it on a percentage basis and how that was done?
It's a percentage. You can see the percentage on the head count there. And the theory is that we do receive, and when we go to the revenue of the fire school, you'll see that we do receive some revenue from the state to run this fire. The state built this $10 million fire school on that, I keep this site where we just had Onset Hut years ago. And then they turned it over to us to run. They give us a subsidy. The subsidy at one point was, I think, $70,000 and do it on 27, is it? 1.75, what's that? 5. We keep lobbying for more, so we feel that some of that work down there has to be performed to get that money. And that is part of the job of some of the staff down there.
So you're taking a 0.4 from each of those spots?
Yes.
And that's to apply for the grant?
No, it's not to apply for the grant. It's just to show that that part of the work about the personnel that are down there in support of that regional fire school, where for the regional fire school, we use it our everyday training school for ourselves. As we've said in past times, that saves us overtime because when we're out of town, like Westport is out of town, here to do burn trains, which are required training. So that's one thing, but also in running the fire school, getting that, have to provide courses for regional firefighters. So you got to fire one course, fire training, emergency vehicle training. So some of these things have to be performed by someone down at the fire training school. So that's why they give us that $127,000 to subsidize some of our work that we're performing in the state.
Okay. So I'm looking at your, okay. So you're taking 2.4s out. 0.8. You're adding one deputy fire chief. Which we added one, and then that. And the fire training coordinator. Why has that gone down to 0?
So that was a civilian, left employment. So what we did is we took a lieutenant and we're using the lieutenant to perform the functions, that are the program coordination of the training center. And then we're just using our existing other personnel to do any of the other functions like admin functions. We're sharing some of our head.
You'll say another 0.65 out there, and then then there's an assistant training officer that's brand new.
Yes, that's the lieutenant's position that's down there.
That assistant training officer is
A new position. Yes, it's a lieutenant, fire lieutenant.
And that is not in your headquarters, it's down at the fire training center?
It is, yes. Yes, it's a training / safety officer. It's both.
Okay. Why wouldn't that position be in the training center?
Because we're using him primarily for training for our people, and we're subsidizing the assistant chief that's down there.
Understood, okay. And then the other changes on is the secretary fee fire that's been increased from, I guess, a 0.67. Was that a part-time person?
No, it was attributed over, no, that's always, let me see. No, previously that was attributed, last third was attributed to emergency management, to the emergency management budget, and now it's been totally attributed to the fire budget.
Are you hearing the emergency management budget tonight with all the other public safety?
No.
We can hear it another night? Changes to it, so I think we should hear it.
It's not on the schedule, but I'll take a look at it.
I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Okay. Okay, so the other third was over there before.
Yes.
And now you're not having it over there? Again?
It's been removed.
And you're bringing it back in. Why is that? Emergency management does it to your secretary or what's, I don't know.
We're not using her for emergency management things anymore. We're using her to handle just love.
Okay, is there another secretary over there? Emergency management?
No.
I'll take that one. I mean, in evaluating the actual percentage of time that the individual was almost exclusively being used for the fire department. There was some amount of paperwork.
Talk a little louder.
There was some amount of paperwork that was being done, but realistically charging, 1/3 off for secretary's time was, it didn't actually align correctly. So, we did that and,
Were all the other benefits of that third over there as well, and they all now moved over?
they're fully accounted for within the fire department budget.
How about in fiscal year 25?
There's been no adjustment within fiscal 25.
No, I'm saying in 25, when you only had 2/3 on the fire, 1/3 there, over on the fire management, or the emergency management. Were you assigning was the town assigning 1/3 of the benefits over to there?
I believe everything was.
Now we're absorbing that onto the.
It's being moved over to the fire to appropriately account for the fact that the individual was primarily doing fire department.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you. And now we go down to the part-times. The administrative assistant, there was a person there last year with $0 assigned to it.
Yes,
Administrative assistant,
yes.
is that, you just never hired the person, or you
No,
don't need them
we discontinued that position.
last year?
When we did I think it was discontinued when we, training coordinator, down at the fire training school.
That's a
So why are
question
they
on that.
listed here?
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. Shouldn't that just be
Why are they even
eliminated
here?
from
Should they
this?
just be disappeared out of the budget?
I don't,
That's fine.
In the approved budget,
Yeah, one at a time. Sorry. What's that?
we can remove it in the approved budget and the future budget. Yeah, that would be.
I'll let somebody else take the crack. I don't feel like monopolizing the whole thing, so.
Mr. Sheriff?
Just, I know you would be acting deputy fire chief.
acting fire.
Fire chief, my apologies, I got that. The current fire chief I think we had this conversation recently, is still being paid.
Right.
But I don't see that reflected in the budget. Is that expected to go past the end of this budget cycle?
Yes, it will go past, but his contract runs out September 30, so it's, there is some sort of liability, but I think that's being handled elsewhere.
So where would that in the budget?
So it's not represented within the fire department budget. And if we want to have a discussion.
Yeah, if this is a personnel issue, we're not gonna do it here. If you wanna talk about where it is in the, where that's handled, we can do that on the night we talk about an executive session.
And we talk about what?
Contingency,
Yeah.
because we go in executive session.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah, I'd like that. Handled that night.
Yep, can ask the question that night. Yep.
yes, thank you.
I have a question about the lieutenants. So I remember from last year, there was a promotion from some of the firefighters to lieutenants. And I thought that the idea was that you needed a certain amount of lieutenants to make the calls safer when people were driving out, right? Wasn't that the premise? It was that you can't have.
Well, so, on each unit, on each of our 5 engine companies. Fire, and then 2 firefighters. We also have a tower ladder, truck, rescue truck with the rescue equipment. Those 2 vehicles had 3 firefighters on it. There's no supervisor, no lieutenant. So what we did is we took those 3 firefighters, instead of this being a firefighter, we put a lieutenant in as the 3rd person.
Right, so then that's what I guess my question is basically this lieutenant who's doing the training, is that not undoing the solution that we?
This is an additional position.
This is additional, okay. Because it looks like it's going down, I thought, right? It's shared.
Well, actually, he's not showing up in the lieutenant's positions, he's showing up in the assistant training officer position. I think in this budget.
I think the confusion is that when we were doing the adjustments, the 29, the 28.6, in all reality, realistically should have been assistant training officer going from 1.6. So I'd asked if adjustment be made to the lieutenant pool, but that one's actually broken out, so it really should have been there to be realistic. But the net effect is no different because the lieutenants are accounted for in the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Mr. Myers?
Yeah, so the fire contract, right, it goes through July 1 of this year.
Okay.
It's already coming up for another one, I see.
And already they're in negotiations.
Right, so that would mean that in this budget, we don't have any implied increases, COLA increases for 26. So the numbers we're seeing here, I'm assuming we're keeping those in a contingency someplace else,
Correct.
like we do for.
There's a number of CBAs where it's affected, so I
Sure.
don't know. per year.
Sure. So when we're looking at these numbers, these are deflated
Yes.
because their COLA is not in.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Walsh?
Why is the capital outlay going up by 44.27?
So we have the detail on page 107.
Yeah, 107.
Outlay each year is different. It's not based on, you know, it's not static. It's based on things that we need. So, we have a copy of it. If you don't have, oh, yeah. So usually what we do is we just see what we need, each year, and some years it's higher than others. It goes up and down. So we, in this one, you know, we always do hose and water replacement because our hose was all the time. Turn out we've been going each year for probably 5 years at least now to try to keep up with the OSHA mandates that we have to sunset them in 10 years. So a big thing that we had, we were doing inventory and we put someone new in charge of it, someone fresh, and he realized that we had a whole bunch of SCBA cylinders that needed to be beyond their hydrostatic test date coming up next fiscal year. So he, you know, we do have lots of these, you know, lots of these, but there was a lot of them that had to be replaced. They have a 15-year service life. That pressed air tanks that we put on the back of us, and they're, you know, like 40, about 100 PSI. So, so that was a big thing that came to our attention, 70,000. And the others that all, like, so all of them are being. No, so that's all, you know, I said a lot, a bunch of them that were outdated. We have others, you know, that aren't.
Okay.
And, you know, I could, you know, break that down, but these were the amount that we had to replace. We got a quote how much it was going to be, so that I put that in this year. Special operations equipment, you know, we have just come up every once in a while. We'll have something different that comes up that's becoming service life. Got high pressure low rescue beds. They look like a base, you know, they put on with playing baseball and things like that. Put it in between a car and a platform, or you put it underneath the truck and you push the vehicle, and that's, you know, those things are airbags, so we have to replace them and keep them at a replacement program. Personal escape ropes, these are the things that Black Sunday fire, where firefighters had to jump out the window, you know, 4th floor window or so, because, you know, the fire was getting them, they couldn't escape, and they didn't have escape ropes. We do have escape ropes, we've been using them for years, but every ropes have a service life.
All the software.
Yeah, it's been not the hard belts, but the rope and things like that. So we have to keep up with that, and it's a program. It's not all of ours at the same time. We've been doing it.
We've been doing it every year.
We have in the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, I think 3 years, because they were new, and then now they became, you know, so hazardous materials response. So we need 4 level A suits. Level A suits, the fully encapsulated suits. So if we had let's go right down the condos, had a leak. So our techs had to dress up. We've got the competency to do it, but they have to have the equipment because if any part of your skin comes in contact with chlorine, it turns into hydrochloric gas, so, hydrochloric acid, I'm sorry. You know, you burn your skin or your lungs if you get it in, so we have to replace them. Dive rescue equipment.
Is that a new device, you always had that kind of suit, or is it
Yes.
brand new?
Oh, no, these are just replacement suits.
Okay.
We've had this
Trying to figure out.
visibility, yeah, since the eighties, you know, in most departments. Dive rescue equipment, we have to update some suits because we've been using the suits for a couple of years and some of them get used for training and then they get beat up and seat start leaking and water. So, that's that. Response, technology replacement is the mobile data terminals that we use on our apparatus and they're basically out there. Dispatch sends out, dispatch and, these iPads show us where the building is. It shows us a map where the hydrant locations are and information about the pool itself, buildings and looks like that. So we, those things that the iPads, they're sitting on the dashboards and we use them, you know, in IBM or you know, companies may say, you know, these things have a 3-year life, or 5-year life. We use these things until they burn out. You know, we use them. So we do have to though keep some in, you know, replacement schedule. I think that was it.
Hazmat.
Trailer. Is that still in? I thought they got taken out.
No, it's in there.
It's in there.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought it got excised, so. Hazmat trailer, so we keep our hazmat equipment because there's just too much of these suits and everything like that. Hazmat trailer, which we keep at Station 3, which is our hazmat support company. If there's anything, they'll just go to the backyard, go to this trailer, hook it up, take it to the scene so that we can level A suits. We have chlorine A and B kits where we can something over a chlorine tank that's lithium ion battery, that overpack drums where we could put, you know, a battery from a device, put it in this overpack drum and it keeps it cool, even if it's starting to misfire, we can bring it out to some place where it's safe and we can let it burn out or something. All these type of equipments, booms and, you know, and pads for oil spills and the sound here, things like that. So we just, the trailer was shot. The mechanics telling us that the trailer shot. And the small tools, each year we replace some of our tools that we use. We use Halligan's and, you know, all sorts of tools.
Let me ask you a question. The chief still has a car, the one that's on administrative leave or whatever you call it?
Correct, yeah.
What is suspension or whatever it is?
So, correct, he does by contract have a.
You still have that?
Yes. He does have one, but we gave him another car, not a fire department vehicle. We need fire department people for our people to send to school, so we switch cars, but he does have a car, yes.
Okay, so you got his car back?
We did.
Okay, yes. Is that something like you use or?
I didn't use it. It's assigned to one of our fire marshals.
Didn't chief have a car because he had one? I mean, if that chief had, what did he have, an SUV?
He did, yes, yes.
You have an SUV?
I do.
Okay. Where'd that your SUV go? Did you have an SUV beforehand? Did both you and the chief when you were?
Yes,
You
because
both did, okay.
all of us that have response capabilities have our assigned vehicles. And it's in my contract, it's in the chief's contract to have vehicles actually.
Okay, but
assigned to vehicles.
now that we have 2 deputies, should they be having, I mean, are you saying that they're gonna each need one?
Yes.
Yeah. Where did they come from? We added another deputy, so where did that come from?
It came from the town.
Isn't it new? Are these new?
Yeah.
Where did that money come from?
It came from our operating budget and one vehicle came from the outside job account, like, you know, how the police buy a car from.
Yeah.
Account.
Yeah. But that account's only for police vehicle.
No, we have an outside job account too, where we get feeds for fire watches and we build up that account and then we pay out from that account. It's not just, there's an always outside vendor account for the police and one for fire. It may be combined, I don't know how the town has it, but we also take in money from
Okay.
University is aware for fire watch, and then we assign somebody and we get a little
I
bit.
didn't know that. I remember seeing that written up for the police because it was obviously a controversial thing at the time. I did not know that it applied to fire. Can I get a copy of that policy?
They have a sub-account in that main account.
It's the same policy, right?
It says police and fire in it? I don't remember.
I think it's like, I think it's outside jobs fund. We'll get it.
Jobs.
Copy.
It takes them longer to accrue. The police department does, millions of dollars worth of jobs or.
We don't do it.
A copy.
Okay, and can we get the number of cars purchased for fiscal year 25? And what's budgeted for spent out of that account 26?
Is anything budgeted to be spent on the account?
Spent out. There's no.
The, historically, the emergency management director is the chief, the fire chief.
Yeah.
And, he had a vehicle as part of his job, obviously.
We'll get a vehicle.
As the fire chief, yes. Yes. And, the current emergency management director is using a vehicle from the police department through April.
I'm not sure.
Are you guys planning to give a vehicle after April
To whom?
to the emergency management director?
I don't know of that. From our budget?
Yeah, from your budget.
Other questions?
This is why we gotta have to hear that budget, because I need to ask.
Jim, I said I'd look at it. That budget's $164,000. It's flat with last year. You can look at it. Write down your questions if you have them, but we can't bring every single budget of that amount. It's like 0.5% maybe of our budget. So let's take a look at it. If we want to hear more budgets, though, we definitely have to keep these meetings moving. All right. What else?
What's the reason for the maintenance repair equipment? 12.5%.
So. Costing, that's. Labor fees, are constantly, it's like if you buy a car, or if you want to repair your car. So we have it on a large scale because, we have fire trucks. So every day they're working.
No, so you just took a guess and said it was $10,000 more.
Well, we've been having to, say. So, last year's actual was 360. So what we, wait, was it?
It was 79,000.
I'm sorry. Are you saying, you said maintenance, repair, automotive? Oh, equipment, I'm sorry, I was, yeah. So, yeah, that. Just take a quick look at it. Yes, parts are getting, everything's getting more expensive, so that's when we have to get our meters fixed, and things like that.
Are you finding that that's an attractive need for the, as I did burn in fiscal year 25? Because the fiscal year budget was $80,000 and that pretty much came in at that number at the end of 24. I'm just not sure whether, are you like using some like 3-year average, or are you like seeing what this year's tracking at and you're moving that budget?
This
line
year,
up?
we're at 65.5%.
Okay. And on your overtime, name of it, overtime earnings for training relief, going up about 11.7%.
Yes.
Is that based on labor costs for that, or is that increased amount of overtime earnings?
So it's increased amount that we're projecting, and the reason is that we found that we're just a little too efficient when each all of our firefighters have to become we have to maintain their EMT certification.
Yeah.
So what was happening was our EMT training was just degrading because what we do is we have half of our fire department down there during a day of training, a whole day of training in EMT. And what was happening was that our town was just a little too strict to be able to provide protection. We were getting calls, we were getting fires where our people were too out of place. So what we thought was the best way to handle that is that not to backfill all of those personnel on overtime, but to have an engine and a ladder truck, they, hired in so that they can handle that excess calls with other half of the town that are working. So we thought that was the most efficient way. Also, since we're not, backfilling everyone, it's getting something in it. We did it as an experiment. We found that it was unbelievably effective because what happened, our people were having to leave class. So when they're leaving class, they're not getting trained. And, we can't certify them as having trained in EMT. It's a state license. So, so we just found it was just a little too difficult to cover the town, adequately. And we thought that it was actually at a dangerous point. So,
Good return on investment.
it was.
And then, some of your other overtime line, the first, not the first one, but the next three are going down. Because how are you tracking this year with your overtime?
So right now, let's see, so sick leave, we're at 64% as of yesterday. So sick leave, hasn't been that favorable, but in injury relief, we're at 45.3%. So that was one that I believe we brought down, thinking that, we could, hopefully, our injury level down. So we just want to pass that on.
Year to year, because you're not there as any.
You just don't know. Yeah, so.
I understand. So,
Okay, yes. So, but, let's see. Vacancy relief, I just want to bring it to that one. That's, 51066. Right now, we're tracking at 124%. So the problem with that is, I think we got, underfunded last year only because it was kind of based on averages, but we had a year that really skewed everything. Remember, it was right before the contractual addition of the 4 firefighters on engine 5. So what we did is we got permission to hire during the year, to send people to training, hire people, send them to training academies so that they were ready and sitting and ready to go into those positions once, once July 1 started. So what happened was the vacancy over time, they were filling those vacancies for that year. And it's an aberration of some skewing. So that's why that's.
So we didn't know that at the budget time, that.
It got cut. Well,
first.
No, we did know that we were gonna put it in. I think, not when we were starting the budget, but,
Okay.
yeah.
And then, obviously, let's talk about why you need 2 deputy fire chiefs. Well, for years, you were that position. So you were doing it all, and now
And I'm
explain
30 years
why-
old, and that's why I look like this.
Yeah.
So,
So can you explain to me why we now need,
okay,
you
so,
moved up to chief, right?
Chief, yes.
Yeah, and now we need 2 people.
okay, I heard you ask the police, when I was sitting back there, so unfortunately, I didn't prepare anything pretty, but I just want to give you just an idea. If you want to just take a look at that and we can pass it around. But basically what you'll see, if you start from the bottom of this crude little diagram, here's the police side, and here's the fire side, on the right. Down bottom, you have police officers and you have firefighters, they're the rank and file.
Sure.
They're CBA contractual employees.
Yep.
Right above them, you have the supervisors. They call it a sergeant and a lieutenant. Sergeant's the first line supervisor, lieutenant's the second line supervisor. They're also under the contract, they're union employees.
Sure.
So then I think I put a dotted line, or maybe I didn't, but right above that, then you see what comes next. The police have a rank called captain.
Sure.
There's 4 of them. The fire department has a rank next called deputy chief. There's 2 of them.
Mhm.
Well, the next supervisor is deputy chief. They have one, but we have something called the deputy chief, but it's really equal to the captains down here. is the chiefs at the top. So if you look, you'll see that we have a total of 3 non-union managerial employees on the police side, and this is not to say that they don't need them, but I just want you to not think that because we have 2 deputy chiefs and they only have 1, that it's an aberration. But they've got 4, 1, and 1, so they've got 6 people, we've got 3 people on the managerial side, so if that helps, just picture it. Okay, thank you.
Other questions on this budget?
You have that. Sure.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Jump right in.
Yes, right under.
Oh, okay. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate taking the time to put that together. Very helpful. Anything we need to help? No, thanks.
All right, any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for making this fit in on a night that you had another fire commission, so we appreciate it. And for everything you guys do, we appreciate it. Half of the town. Thank you
very much.
Thank you, guys.
We also enjoy the tremendous support staff in our office that
Yes, that goes for everyone, obviously. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, wait, fire, hydrant and water. Who's going to speak to that?
Oh, that's
Wait,
actually.
hydrant and water, don't go away.
I was wondering what was going on there, Lori, but I thought you have to know that better than us.
Hydrant and
Down
like,
74%.
how about 20 seconds? Yeah. We have a lot to get to.
Okay.
Hey, all right, please.
Yeah, so, you know what, I just have to find it, I kind of just messed it up when I put everything back, but, so the hydrant water, basically what we do, what it does is it funds the 1582 or 3 hydrants that we have in town, and, it's inch feet of hydrant mains, in the town, and I have that written down in my. But anyway, so we rent that because Aquarian is the utility. So what happens is, when we start our budget process, it's usually, it's in the fall and we don't have a clear amount. So we kind of look at actually, previous actuals and predictions. But then what we do is we wait for February, like the first week of February. I always have the office over there and say, the letter's coming. So when it comes, send it to me. So then what I do is look at the kind of final estimate on what the water charge is going to be. And sorry. So the water charges are basically based on rate for the rental of the hydrants and rate for the for so many per inch feet of hydrants. So but then the magic that also can go into it is they go before Pure and they can get surcharges or surcharges or sur credits. So that can add on or detract from or a mixture of each. So that's basically where the number comes from. So this number is pretty much based on their estimate, and I have the letter too if you need.
Wait down.
Okay. And why is it down just briefly?
Oh,
Were you just over budgeted last year?
I think maybe slightly over budget, but what happens, we weren't really sure what Pure was gonna give them, because they were actually gonna be going, they gave us their prediction, but they also said that they were going in front of Pura next month. They may get, they were looking for more. So we were just trying to be.
Last year, okay, all right.
So this year, what will the number be, you think? I mean, is it gonna be closer to this 2.2, or is it gonna be more like the 1.8 that it's been for 3 years?
What I can find.
1825.
Yeah, well, we budgeted 1825, so that's
I
your,
gave the,
We budgeted 2.2 for 25. I'm talking about fiscal year 25.
well, that's what he just said. Like last year, they were conservative because they didn't know.
Yeah, but by now we should know where the number's gonna come in, no?
you know what, I don't think I have that right now, how much. No, I don't have what the actuals are on that, but I could get that back to you.
All right, you can just let us.
We can see where it's trending.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, it was.
No.
Okay, I've got it done. All right.
Very nice.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so we are, we're gonna move to finance.
Oh, I have the answer to that.
Oh,
As of December 30th,
$858,000 had been used. So it is running probably to the 1.8 million number.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go to unemployment compensation on page 101 of the book. No, am I not right? That's not.
No, 101 is correct.
One is right.
101 is right, okay. Yeah, unemployment compensation, and is it you, Tom?
Yes. There's not a lot here. It's, this is, a self-insured plan. Basically what, the town pays for claims that are paid out, that the state is obligated to pay. When the budget was put together, the assumption was it would be around 125,000 based on, the claims that had come in this year. We've gotten an update from a consultant looking at, he suggested we look at average payments for the past 3 years. So we should probably adjust this to about $170,000. Just based on payments that,
170?
yeah.
How does that?
Basically, the claims for calendar year 2024, almost 200,000. 150,000 for calendar year 23, and 140,000 roughly for calendar year 2022. And
The
because it
actuals
includes-
reflect that though. I'm looking at
yeah,
actual.
again, this is what they had put in the budget from 2024, and I think that includes just the town's piece and not the Board of Ed. So the numbers that we're paying are both the town and the Board of Ed.
The town budget is.
Yeah, the workman's comp, but this unemployment compensation includes,
Unemployment comp,
yeah,
yeah.
it includes both the town and the Board of Ed.
Is that right?
The town manages certain,
Well,
the HR
okay.
manages certain activities.
I didn't know that, but I guess why, but the numbers you gave don't correlate.
Well, these are, what I have here are calendar years. He's giving us calendar year numbers and what the budget reflects a fiscal year.
But even for the fiscal year, you wouldn't, how could you get there? We're at 148, 134, and 165. So even if we're taking averages, how do we get to 170?
Because it's the calendar year was basically 300 for the 2 calendar years. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 2 calendar years are, in total, it's almost $500,000. So if you take the actual average of the 3 calendar years, it's 167,000 for the payments for both the town and the Board of Ed. And actually, I can.
Can we get him to break that out?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I have the
You
email.
do it by month. So can we have it broken out?
We can get it by, I don't know if he can give it to you by month, but he's giving it to us by calendar year. And I'll see if he can do it by month.
You should be able to do that by fiscal year. That's paying the money and that's what.
Yeah, we're paying him $6,000 a year, so. Yes,
I'm not sure if I'm following. So in the budget, it says it's 125,000. That's the ask. And are you saying that that is not correct?
that is not correct.
170?
Yeah, that is.
But then I don't see that as an adjustment for the Board of Selectmen.
It was not. This email was received yesterday.
Okay. So now there's this 125 has been adjusted.
Just proposing that it
We would
be,
have to motion.
we're proposing that it be adjusted.
So I think we want to see the detail to that. I'm still a little fuzzy on how those annualized numbers can be higher than, I could see if it was 1 year, but if we're going back.
Yeah, it was 200, if you look at the email he sent, it was 207,000 for calendar year 2024, 152,000 for calendar year 23, and 141,000 for calendar year 22.
Okay, let's, why don't we do this? Can you guys just validate those numbers and show the reconciliation to Munis?
Yeah.
Because before we adjust that number, I think we want to see the detail on that. I hear you, but I'm still not following it. And then I guess the other question would be, when you look at that, is there anything unusual in those unemployment numbers in any particular year? Is there anything that I mean, they're not too far off when I look at the 3-year actuals, but is there anything that spikes those in terms of number of people or anything like that, or it's just all, you can get back to us.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, unemployment, I'm just gonna put that, unemployment compensation detail, and I'll say in reconciliation to Munis, to support the request for 170K. Okay. Yes,
I'm just not following, because if you take, for example,
I'm not either, that's why I think.
2023,
Yeah.
if you add those two numbers, you get to 152,000, but that doesn't tie to what's in the budget book for.
Well, let's understand the budget book, when the budget book was, I don't know what, in terms of the budgeted number.
No, I'm talking about the actual.
But again, they used a fiscal year.
Right.
And this, what he's giving us is a calendar year.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, that's why I don't wanna, I think the
At
reconciliation,
least a-
Jim said by month.
Yeah.
So if we get it by month, we can see fiscal versus actual, and we can, cause I don't know how. I could see the difference between fiscal year and calendar year being different for 1 year, but if I'm looking at 3 years of actual and they're all well below the 170, I don't know how that works out. So I think we need that schedule to do it.
Well, you know,
Go
the
back into the,
calendar year 23 is 24 is,
see, there was 171 in the last fiscal year.
yes, 207,000 in fiscal calendar year 2024.
Seems like it's been chronically under budgeted.
But we've got
We have an
actual
actual
in the budget book, that's what I'm saying.
I think
No,
they're
that's
wrong.
actual budgeted amount, the
No,
actual.
this is actual. Only,
That's the actual
only
spend.
fiscal 25 is budget. These are actual. That's what we're struggling with. Okay. So it sounds like we need these.
Now, why wouldn't these numbers be available to the, they're on calendar years, why wouldn't they be available to the board of selectmen? And they wouldn't be available to the first selectman when he's doing his budget? I mean, it looks like we were putting $125,000, that's what we did last.
Yeah, I mean, when the budget was done originally, I think someone made an assumption as we, began to look at it. So what is the backup for this? And someone said, well, this is what I used. In looking at this, we've realized that we are using a consultant,
Does
provide the information, and you ask the consultant.
Talk to the town though, but does this consultant talk to the town and say, hey, are you planning on laying people off this year? Or is it gonna be pretty much, I don't understand why it's take last year's number that becomes this year's number.
Well, that's what we have the proposed adjustment. Yesterday, was my first contact with him.
Yeah, that's okay. If you can just find out,
Yeah.
like, is he giving this recommendation of 207 or whatever it is?
And he didn't give us.
Last year.
He gave us averages. He suggested we use he gave us annual numbers and suggested we use averages, so.
Yeah, I mean, there could have been a reason in 2024, calendar year 2024, why there was a bunch of layoffs and they might not be happening this coming year. So, I mean, I just presume that, but maybe he does do that. I have no idea.
Okay. All right, so we'll get the detail on that.
I'll take the $6,000 if that's what he's doing.
All right, why don't we move to page 77, which is finance. So we did the finance department's budget tonight, but now we're on finance revenue, which is on page 77, I believe. 75.
The revenue begins on 77, actually.
So starting at page 77, is there any, I know some have asked questions about these numbers and asked for additional support. Is that in the backup?
Some of it is, and I have at least one additional schedule here.
Okay,
Check.
so maybe you could walk through the larger items on here, however you want to do it, and then tell us if we should be referring to the backup.
Yeah.
I know the interest, I know that the investment income is a big item of interest.
Yeah, if you look at, the first, probably starting at the 135,300 down to basically 5.3 million. Basically, those are from, those are state grants essentially based on formulas that involve, it's based on several things. the grand list, the population, student demographics, depending on the item, and construction projects. So those all come from, if you look at, there's a schedule here that shows, has attachments that show the amounts for these individual items. The one change that we have, though, is on phone access lines, which is a payment from the state that's based on property declarations to the state.
Which one is
The
that?
first one, 135.
Oh, the first one. 135, okay.
Yeah, we've gotten an update from the state, so that is going to increase to 288,000. We got an update from the state on Monday. These are payments from phone companies. The other large item that I would point to, and again, it's based on a formula, gets a tax in lieu of property tax that's coming from state for assets that are on town properties essentially, at 5.3 million. And again, all of the other items are based on payments from the state tied to the formulas. Again, that are based on a combination of population, income levels in the town, and the grand list.
So did you say the pilot money is changing or what?
No, it's not. The one that's changing, excuse me, the one that's changing is the first one.
No, I got that one, but you called out pilot for a minute, but that's the number. Okay.
Yeah, but the number's 5.3. That hasn't changed. And again, that's.
A clarifying question on the
Sure.
first item. You say that the 135, 300 increases by 280?
It's gonna increase to 288.
Okay.
Yeah. The other item I would discuss is dividend and interest income. And there was a schedule in the backup. And I think when you do dividend interest income, you would like to have a very robust kind of basis for doing that. You would like to have cash projections, where you could identify major expenditures like capital projects. We don't have that. So basically what we've done to get to this number is look at sort of the average cash that's been available over the past several months and projected that up a little bit. We looked at investments that have been available. And if you look at the average of the past year, it's been a little bit more than 200 million. We are assuming an average of 200,000 or 200 million for investments and about 27,000 for average cash available for the sweep account. So the other variable is, what are your interest rates? And basically we've determined this based on discussions with our bankers and advisor. And we're using 3.75 for the investments and 3% for the cash sweep account. So we're assuming that would provide 8.3 million in investment income. We are in the process of putting in place a cash planning process. That's going to take a little time to do, but as we go through the year, use that as the basis to really adjust these numbers to the extent they may need to be adjusted.
I'm sorry, is there a schedule in the backup on that?
Yes.
Page 18, let me just, I know there is, I just to refer.
Page 18 of the information handed out today.
So again, we're assuming 200 million of average investments. The actual average has been a little higher than that. Assuming on average, we're gonna have about 27 of cash available.
So are we out of, so this says Fidelity and Schwab. Are we out of all those bonds that we had, Jenny?
Yes.
We are or no?
Are they still there?
We're not with Janney any longer.
I know we're not with Janney, but like the bond,
Portfolios.
Janney's bonds, they carry,
Still
The
running.
portfolio's in runoff at Fidelity.
Right.
Okay, wait, hang on. So that, how much is in that portfolio?
The remaining, I don't have that here, but big chunk of it's rough.
How much of those original bonds versus not?
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is if I look at the schedule, this would imply that next year will only be in Schwab and Fidelity and T-bills. And will we be completely run off from those other investments by July 1?
No.
So why don't we have those in here? Because don't those come at higher interest rates?
Keep averaging.
They're all,
out there.
yeah, they're all in the, they're not separate, separate.
That's a
They're
blend.
part of this is a total, all of them.
Some of the older pieces that we have are in the ones, as an example, and some are in the fives.
No, this is all.
We also in the treasury ladder have.
Wait, okay. All right, I'm sorry. I just, too many people talking at the same time. So the 213 million, that's representative of what we expect our total portfolio to be, including those old bonds, but we should just put them in these numbers.
He's using a blended.
Yes.
But it rounded down to 200.
I understand, okay.
Are you looking at something that's online?
Here.
It's in the backup.
It's not in the printed backup,
They
right?
didn't put it in the printed backup.
Right here.
It's in there.
It's behind, about halfway in to this deck, this packet. Starts with the packet start on inflation's the first sentence, and then you gotta go about 7 pages.
Page 18 on the PDF. So just to sum it up, so we have our current investment portfolio, we have 213 million. And so for next year, we've assumed roughly 200 million.
Average, correct.
Yeah. And the 3.75 is, we got that from where?
It's a discussion with bankers and investment advisor.
And we're still planning on staying in.
Basically, the discussions that we've had, I mean, everybody was pretty much in the same ballpark.
Are we planning on staying in, we're gonna keep our same strategy for next year?
I think part of this is to get a cash flow to.
Yeah, no, that'll make it better, sure, but I just, is there any, when was the last time we talked to talked to our advisors on this number?
3 weeks. I mean, Ken I've spoken to yesterday, but Schwab Infidelity 2 weeks ago, 3.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know this is a guessing game, but, you know, a lot of crazy things happening in the economy right now. We've got, inflation's coming down, I think, quicker than expected. Rates are coming down.
But
I
we have a portfolio,
right,
varying durations.
Right.
So that this is a blended rate.
what blended rate did we use last year?
I think it was 4%, was it 4%?
Thought it was 3.9,
Yeah, it's close to 4%.
a little bit higher. This isn't a drastic adjustment downward either, but it's beginning.
It's an adjustment.
What's that?
It's an adjustment down.
But it's adjustment downward to recognize that.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely an adjustment down. It's still 8.3 million though, so just.
Can I ask from a standpoint of how we thought we were gonna do last year versus how we did? Like how did it get them in hired? Was it favorable? Were we being conservative last year or were we?
We are, right now, we're tracking to be close to budget. So we did the quarterly review, we're looking at it last year, so we're close to, we're expecting to be on budget, but you know, who knows what's
Yeah,
going
so
on.
we adjusted it during our budget vote last year and we took it up. Yes, so it sounds like we're tracking right to that, but we also looked at,
Back then, kind of rates were still kind of going up. They weren't really starting.
I think we were kind of expecting rates to tick
Thought we
down a little bit. Everyone thought that.
Did.
Yeah.
they did a little.
Fed didn't really come down as quick as you might have thought, so we benefited from that.
Shane's got a question.
So can, what portion is in what? Like what portion is in T-bills, what portion is in Janny, what portion is in whatever's yielding 1%? what,
I don't have the.
Yeah, I can get you that. It's recognized, it's easy to get.
Yeah, no,
I would have expected, I thought it was all in treasuries and I would have expected a higher number because treasuries are yielding more and I mean, I'm assuming that when stuff comes off and you don't need it, you're just immediately.
It's not on.
It's not only treasury,
No.
but the Janney stuff is yielding more. It pays a coupon that's higher or what's?
Yeah, I think most of them are yielding more, but a lot of the higher yielding ones were fall.
Much of the callable bonds have been called. There's a small piece. For instance, this week, several million, yielding, mid fives was called. So that goes currently right into the Treasury Institutional Fund, which is earning roughly 4%, right? So you do see a little bit of a drop there, but that's where a blended rate in the captures those occurrences.
It's in like a treasury money market type fund or a short-term treasury fund?
Yeah, it's a treasury, when not actually in bonds or bills, it is vested in each Schwab and Fidelity each have a treasury institutional fund. So it is all treasury backed. It is, it's an institutional fund, so it earns roughly 10-15 basis points higher than the average consumer fund. So it ekes out a little bit more. But it's liquid in that you can sell it with one day to process it versus a true money market type account.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just wanting to know like what was driving the ultimate 3.75. So that would be helpful backup. I mean, that would be probably the best backup.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the big number. These are some high level. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, you've got a board here that has a decades of experience in finance. So this is the one area where we're gonna focus on a lot. It's a big number. And to verbally talk through this is kind of insulting, to be honest with you. In years past, we've gotten a schedule, we've gotten detail, we've gotten backup. We don't have that. The schedule that is provided here just doesn't cut it. So my personal preference is to defer this discussion again until we have adequate backup and then discuss it then. Sorry, guys, I'm pressing.
I second it.
Yeah, I would say,
They had a list of investments per month.
so, and here's a perfect example. Cause David, you just said something. Like, I remember we had Janney in front of us a couple times. Not once did I hear anything about callable bonds. Not once. They were all about, that we were locked into maybe we should have known, maybe we should have asked, but no one talked to us about that risk. So now all those great 5% bonds that we had were called and we've had to reinvest them in treasuries at whatever they're yielding now, right? So that's cost us something.
rates, when the treasury yield dipped to the mid threes over the last summer, I was receiving calls about that, sometimes at the clip of 2 to 3. Yes.
So I think it would be helpful just to, and so all that stuff is, all those higher rate bonds that we had, those are pretty much gone now. They've either run out or they've been called at this point.
There are some that remain.
But those may not last.
Some of them may not last.
Do you think the other thing that would be helpful is, and I think you were going to do it on, just the idea of anticipating cash flows from the town, right? We would help us understand, why you're building the ladder that you're building. So, I know you said that was difficult to know when one department was
No,
gonna
we don't have a process to do cash projections, right?
Yeah, that's why we're.
It doesn't exist.
That would be a problem.
That is a part of the issue.
Mr. Walsh?
I'm gonna ask you, Madam Chair, you asked the question, I was trying to find something. You asked the question why Janney's not up. What was the response?
That we're just using a blended, that the old Janney investments, or call them Janney, whatever, those bonds, those muni bonds that we were holding are part of this $213 million number, but they're not broken.
Well, what's the other companies? List Janney.
Well, or I think you want to see the portfolio. Yeah, you want to see
They're not-
the
they're not
Not a
January,
yeah, it's all in.
They were transferred.
Right.
So Janny's not involved anymore.
They're not involved, but those bonds, we were holding those bonds till maturity because the concern, remember, that if we sold them, we would take a bath on them because a lot of them were odd lots or whatever, so we couldn't get rid of them. Apparently they could be called, but we can't get rid of them.
One way.
Wanted to be out, now we're out. Why would
Well,
you
we
complain
didn't want
about
to be out with the
it?
higher
What are you
ones.
complaining about? It's just like you wanted to be out, okay, you sucked, let's get out.
No, it's not an issue of Janny. It was that we thought we had fixed rate securities.
You
Turned out
want to be
that-
paid back early. That's the
Yeah.
biggest risk.
Now we're out.
Mr. Starks?
When that happened, you probably still could have put a lot of it into treasuries at like 4.3%, so it's not the end.
So part of this portfolio is backed by a significant chunk of it being placed within the ladder, within the 5-year amount and at
5-year treasuries.
5-year treasuries, some of them 4.3, 4.4. And, you know, I've been certainly, you know, proponent of, you know, all the others, you know, trying to lock that down as best as you could. So as much of that at the time we could do that to protect the portfolio for as long as we could, we did.
That's why I think it's important to get an idea of that, because when you start going out to 5 years, if you needed to sell it, then you do have a little bit more interest rate risk, right? So that's why I think that, like, having the schedule of the assets and, you know, to the extent that it's possible, the town's actual, like, sort of liquidity.
Yeah,
That'd be the full picture, I think.
The one thing I would say is the portion that was at Janney, the portion that was stiff, I mean, just that baseline, those had historically, they're pooled funds, but they had so many other types of reserve types of accounts that we were never actually tapping into it. So there is a baseline of funds that we know that we're extremely unlikely to ever actually touch. One example, there's some others. But then when you get outside that baseline, to your point, and even beyond our normal operating quarter, there's chunks of funds that we say, you know, just because we didn't do that project now, going to start to do it, so we're going to have to. So yes.
Ms. Ruggiero?
Are we gonna vote all of the revenue discussion or?
No, I think why don't we ask our questions on this so everyone's clear on what the questions are and what information we get for the follow-up evening? But I think what I heard is, we want a more detailed schedule of what the portfolio looks like. And then I understand, and I understand your point, Tom. So this average investment, the 200 million, you're just doing that as a high level in the absence of any kind of cash management or cash forecasting system, which I get it. The M&T cash, 8.3 million. Is that?
No, that's the 8.3 is the,
Oh, I'm sorry, the M&T cash is the 23 million. Is that right?
27 million, I think.
One's an average and one's assumed to be.
I thought we were not, so that's uninsured, right?
It is insured now.
It's spread out on, yeah, it's, you know, I don't know. It's all in, you know, it's under
Put it under-
M&T, but it's in a whole series of various.
What did we do to ensure that?
Put it under diversified CD program. Oh, I forget their. They're 5.
Okay, oh, yeah. Okay.
We still limit how much, but about 150 million of insurance.
So we got out of the stiff completely. And this now with M&T is insured. And then we have mostly T-bills and whatever stragglers are left to those munis. Okay.
Institution.
Yeah, no, the detailed schedule, how many positions do we have in there? Is it like 100? Is it?
It's less, it's quite a few, I'm sorry, in swap or in
Both, yeah.
it's probably 50. Yeah, it's probably 50 or so.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like it'd be too complicated with the.
I don't think we can just get a statement off of
We-
Schwab or Fidelity.
we can't get a
It's not gonna show the yield of maturity, it's just gonna show we can figure it, but right, like, probably from Ken or the people at Schwab or Fidelity.
Yeah, they
Right, but a statement isn't gonna.
We can get,
But
I say,
I don't, All due respect, Greg, I don't think you ever, at least not last year, we just presented Frank presented an Excel spreadsheet with a few numbers on it. I think you're thinking of when, if Janney comes in, we could have Schwab come in, could have Fidelity come in, but I don't, they may have done it as part of the budget process, but that wasn't what was presented for the budget.
No, I think when they did come in, we had, I think we had their, they showed us their portfolio, and then you had, it was very specific because the interest that they had on there was based on those bonds and those interest rates, right? That's why I mentioned about the callable stuff, because we thought that was fixed, and the only question was whether we should budget the unrealized gain or loss. We decided we weren't going to do that anymore, but that portion was fixed.
And this blended rate was, I'll let you speak for you.
No, it's a blended rate of all of those, but in terms of what I saw last year was simply a list of investments and maturity dates. I mean, there was no kind of cash projections.
No, there was definitely no
It was
cash.
simply a list of
Yeah.
investments and assumptions about an interest rate, and that was applied to the investments. But-
Right, so I think I think that list kind of gets you to the interest rate assumption. I think that's what everybody's asking about, to kind of understand what's in there to support that 3.75%. And then the M&T assumed rate, which is at 3%, that's based on what?
And the discussions with bankers, I mean, in terms of these are really short-term investments. And the sense is that they're gonna have a lower yield for the next year or so. And 3% is probably a more realistic rate than 3.5%, 4%.
Anybody else have a need for Jared?
So I would like to discuss the revenue for the parking authority.
Yeah.
So I'm not really understanding what's going on.
Okay. So the intent is to dissolve the parking authority and include it in the operations of the town, essentially as a department. The parking authority currently has revenue last year of about 1.1 million.
Mhm.
It has expenses.
Mhm.
It has reserves, including cash of in excess of $1 million. So the plan would be to include those revenues in the town's operations. The funds, cash that's in their reserve account would be used to fund the operating costs associated with the parking authority as long as they last.
That would be 1 year based on what you just said.
But when those funds are used up, the expenses and revenue would be included in the operations of the town. So the question was, can you do that? We've had discussions with both the town attorney and our accountants. And they have agreed that, this is something that can be done. I guess the question is, do you gross up the revenues that we've done, also gross up the expenses, include them in the expenses of the town, and then seek some kind of reimbursement from the fund, which net would get us to the same place that we are now, at least for the first year. And we've decided that, assuming that this all gets approved, that we'll just include the revenues from the parking authority in the town and have the fund play off the expenses as long as they last.
So an email was sent out by the parking authority yesterday. You guys see that?
Ready?
They sent out an email.
Oh, they did.
Yes,
Yes. To who?
And.
Oh, if you've got a parking pass?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of residents and they're extremely upset with this decision about
It's
something.
not a decision. I mean, it has to be voted on at the RTM.
I understand that. They gave the dates and everything in the email for those meetings in March.
They know that the parking.
I'm extremely upset they haven't paid their bills.
Pay their bills for the last year and a half. Like, I don't think residents know that.
That's kind of what prompted this, I think.
But if you take this revenue here for $1.1 million and you're putting that in there, and you said they have a reserve of $1 million, which they've been saying they're self-funded, you're building a cliff for the following year. You
Well,
have a $1.1 million problem for next year's budget.
it would be 1 million less, whatever they, right now, their net income is 400 to 500,000. So the 1 million would be reduced by whatever the expenses are.
Got a cliff of.
You have,
up to
you have
6.
only, on this chart, you have only the net income is 134,000. And in your packet.
Yeah, but some of that's fixed charges. It's depreciation. If you back out the depreciation, it's close to half, it's $500,000.
So we're building a $500,000.
Yeah, it would be, yeah.
What is it that's being depreciated?
I don't know, I guess they have equipment.
Even if they do, so just so everyone knows,
Oh,
well, just so everyone knows, so the parking authority is an enterprise fund in the financials, so it's full GAAP, normal GAAP accounting. So they're unlike the town, they will have, you know, I don't know if when they're paving or whatever improvements they make, they do depreciate those.
Right.
So that's, yeah.
Speaking of paving, I know it is the main train station in town was just paved, right? They would.
No.
It was, very nicely.
Mhm.
But I mean, eventually that's gonna need to be done again. So does that mean that we're kind of putting that sort of cost and liability onto the town in terms of our, other projects that would have been paid for by this parking authority? So it's almost like you're taking the revenue and you're only really thinking about the operational expenses, but you're not really thinking about the capital expenses when you're doing this, so.
Well, I don't know if they're major capital expenses.
Oh, I mean, paving is
said
a
they did some
major capital
paving.
expense.
Yeah, so to the extent there are capital obligations, the town would.
Right, so it's kind of like a hidden expense that you're not really showing in this year, and it's gonna hit us in future years when we have to do this.
Right.
No, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
But how much is the debt that they owe? That's what I was asking you guys what that is. You said that they owe us money.
Which is
$333,000 a year.
yeah, they pay us, yeah.
So they're supposed to pay us 330,000 and they haven't paid?
They paid through the last fiscal year. They haven't paid for the current year.
It took us a year to get to the point that they would even have paid.
Well, I guess what made you just go in and take this $1.1 million from them?
Well, I can tell you why we decided to do this. We met with the parking authority personnel when I first got in the office and asked for information and numbers and how things get done. And it was not terribly, it's not like a formal, or I don't know really how to put this other than an enterprise fund. A parking authority should be self-sustained, should be self-sustainable fund. And our parking authority isn't big enough to be self-sustainable. So they have 3 people that sit in the zoning area. And when they need certain things done, quite often, they call up DPW or they call up the buildings department, say, hey, if you have some free time, can you stop by and do these things and for us? And it's not, a lot of times not formal arrangements. And I was getting a lot of complaints about trash pickup on the parking lot. We tried to find out who's responsible for trash pickup, and we couldn't find who it was. And finally, everyone kept pointing to other people. And ultimately we found out that the parking authority asks someone from DPW to come before work hours to pick up trash once a week. And, we started asking about how they, we know how they were doing ticketing, was, going around by hand. And so the town the police gave the parking authority a car. And they put on an automated license plate reader. And then the car broke and they started going around by hand, doing it by hand again. It's not, they do their best with few resources, and they're not audited by the town. They don't go through our legal review. They don't go through our purchasing. So even though it's part of the town, you know, the oversight is 5 volunteers. They're basically running this thing. The service levels from, you know, I don't think they're, you know, they don't necessarily do the things that you would want as a, you know, for me as a manager. I have nothing to do with them. I asked them to come present a budget. They've never done that before. They've never prepared, you know, a budget for the town. It's just an awkward relationship. If you're in New Haven, there's a parking authority with, you know, covered, you know, with parking facilities all over town. There might be on-street, you know, metered parking. But in here, there's just 2 lots. And so, you know, I think we can improve the service levels.
The 300,000 approximate that they're paying in revenue, is that for rent of the lots?
For the lot, for the land.
So is the DPW going in there for a snowstorm and plowing? Or they're just doing that all themselves?
Yeah, that they cover, and there's an in-kind service.
What they
payment
pay,
for that.
they pay.
We charge them back for a portion. And so it's proportional, but there are some amounts for that.
Well, the email they sent out is definitely, I think, concerning.
Just real.
What?
They're,
Concerning.
What's
structured?
Well, because they said that it's,
Said an
you know,
that's what Amy just said.
they've talked about how they're gonna lose all these controls and that they've been self-operating for 50 years. And suddenly you're basically taking their,
Well, I don't.
decided unilaterally to take it away.
People that I appoint. So, you know, it's a strange, you know, I think they take pride in what they do, but you should go back and read their minutes. I mean, they don't really do a lot of capital improvements. They probably should do more. And, you know, they just, the only thing I could see in years was back installation, which didn't go through our town purchasing processes. So, you know, I'm not sure I mean, I think it's important for the commuters to have a voice, and I recommend that we have you know, they maintain, you know, themselves as a committee, but I just don't think it makes sense for this to be an authority. Can't really justify it.
And whatever you do has to go through, yeah, right?
Yeah.
So.
So it sounds like almost not quite. I mean, the WPCA is much more, but it sounds like this is one of those hybrid things where the town is providing a lot of in-kind services, but they're not necessarily reflected in they haven't really been reflected in their financial.
I think this is worse than WPCA. WPCA would at least, you know, come and report. I mean, there's been no, it's like once a year, someone will come in and, you know, run us through something. But if WPCA has, you know, when you look at their public meetings, there's a lot discussed. Look at the minutes of the parking authority.
Oh, I know, there's no
There's
comparison.
like nothing, you know, so, yeah.
They also used to have to, they were required, at one point, they were having separate audits. And then that went away a few years ago because it was determined that they were actually part of the town's reporting entity based on how they were structured. So our auditor said, you know, no more separate audits because they're going to be included in the town's ACFR. And so, you know, given how small they are, I doubt they're even picked up as a sample in our audit anyway, but sorry, did you, Craig?
Yes, thanks. I've got 3 questions. We've been asking for the better part of a year. Did you ever get to the bottom of why they just chose not to pay the rent that they've been were due? I mean, we've had that question multiple times over many.
Part of it's like, it was kind of a bizarre, look, they're great, like, you know, good hardworking people, and the people on the board are really honest, you know.
But they're sitting on $1 million in their reserve.
They just came in and started bargaining with us, like, oh, we'll pay you 200 this year or something like that. I couldn't figure out why they did that, you know, and
so they never justified.
No, they came in, wanted wanted a discount or, because they said their users, hadn't increased back to like pre-COVID levels.
But our
But
towns-
they had all this money in the bank.
Well, not
So
only,
when-
not only that, but if you look in the ACFR, they actually still netted positive for that year. We laid all of that out. So one of the arguments was, fine, but then we saw the counts are going back up. They're not at COVID levels, but they're back up and they're netting out. So.
Fine. I just wanted to know if they tried to justify why they were delinquent or choosing not to pay. Second question, Jim had asked about the capitalized expense. Are they capitalizing when they pave? Or are they paying that as they go?
My understanding is in recent times they've paid as they go.
So there's not.
Well, they don't bond. I think, are you saying, do they put it on their balance sheet? Or-
Yeah, I'm just trying to
They
figure
might,
out
'cause
like,
it's
where the
a-
expense is showing up. So,
Yeah.
They did years ago, the more recent work they have.
And then a third question, you mentioned this 5-person volunteer board that makes up the authority. Is the expectation that they would effectively that body would transition from an authority to a commission and work like the golf commission or like some of the other commissions?
Whether it's a commission or a committee, I think it's important to hear the voices of commuters.
Yeah.
And that really is the benefit of this. I don't see any other benefit of having them so separate from the town.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you said something about purchasing, which kind of caught my attention. So as a separate authority, they were not subject to the town's, I'll say, internal controls and policies?
Yeah, no, and
Because that would be, and I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong, but that's a problem.
I just don't think anyone was paying attention
Yeah.
to this, so.
I mean, I think whatever we're doing, I think that's important, whether it be,
I think
somebody, so if they're part of the town, does that mean the town's gonna take over? Or is the town gonna have oversight over administrative functions, like making sure their bank accounts are reconciled and making sure they're going through purchasing?
I think
Making sure somebody signs off on their invoices properly and all that stuff?
they do bank with the town,
They be
their
treated-
bank account is the town, so.
The goal is for them to be treated like.
A
A
department.
department, so we're just gonna make them like a department.
Caitlin does their,
Functions through.
Okay,
Just a-
that's just odd.
not a
that-
standalone,
Right.
not a standalone,
So we were already providing some of these services.
Providing
The finance
services.
department Was,
kind of loosey-goosey arrangements, yeah.
Mr. Welsh, yeah.
You appoint the people, Bill. Why didn't you reappoint new people?
Why did I?
Yeah, and not
there's-
people, let the other people go and get people in there that would.
I reappointed one person when I first got in. I've not reappointed the most recent.
Are they up for, I don't know if they're.
There's a
up
vacancy.
They're down one,
Sit up.
yeah,
Is there a lease with the state on this property?
there is.
Get a copy of that lease?
Sure.
That lease call for a reinvestment fund as a requirement? Because if it does, then we have to fund that with the $1 million?
We do have to maintain and we have to maintain the properties as
So
part
is there a
of,
reinvestment fund requirement?
I'm not, there is, I know you've looked at.
Correct,
What did
but
you find out about that?
correct. The issue though that we ran into, and it's interesting when you read their letter speaks of all of the things that they've done. One of our frustrations actually has been, look at it, there are actually times they've done a lot of capital improvements, but at other times they actually haven't. So one of the amounts is sitting in a stiff account that they've held. And, I've had, when they've come in and we've had discussions, I've debated them about it in part because Westport, they believe that they need to hold the money in that account for this probability that the state may come and sweep it. Whereas if you look at what others are doing, they're actually primarily making sure to do more capital expenditures to spend the money now. So there's this, like, maybe it's a philosophical difference, but you ask yourself, you go to Westport, they're spending more in those nicer stations. Yet ironically, they're charging less for their passes, and you come to Fairfield, they're spending less, they're charging more for their passes, and then they're holding money for some, again, theoretical thought that the state may come in. Sweep account, so.
So how are we gonna take the money, take in this revenue come in without having a reinvestment fund?
And the entire amount that they hold between their two accounts does not have to go into a reinvestment fund. It has to be utilized for parking purposes, right, related to that. So the revenue that's in fiscal 26 is the revenue that will be for fiscal 26, once it's an actual department, right, where it no longer is the enterprise fund. And the revenue, the expenditure side will go out of the, it'll be spent out of the enterprise.
Just spend down their, so.
Goes to zero.
Yeah, what is it?
Can I follow up on one more? What happens in fiscal year 28? The revenue we take in from them, does that have to be reinvested in the parking authority? Or are you saying we can use that revenue for whatever reason we want?
By fiscal 28, in theory, your revenue, your expenses are essentially gonna occur at the same time. It's gonna go back. I mean, there'd be a net revenue amount.
That's how you're building in a cliff.
No.
Out of
Wait,
the operating expenses that-
can I follow up on that though? Wait, I understand the cliff part, but if they're making a profit every year, right? What happens when that profit is part of a town department?
What
My
happens?
understanding is that we've spoken with the auditor and the town attorney. There's been review on this, which has that net revenue able to drop to the general fund.
Got it.
Drop where?
Not every penny
General
has to
fund.
go back into it. You can still drop it
So
to.
some can go in a general fund, but some has to go towards maintaining and running and so.
That'll be an expense we have to
Right.
maintain and run.
Kind of like
Why wouldn't
with,
we drop the price, like you said, the Westport's price? Why don't we cut the price in half?
maybe we can.
We very well may be able to do that. We're trying to look at that. So are we doing that on day one? No, but are we asking the RTM to put the ordinance forward? And are we beginning the process budgetarily through here? And then are we going to look to see, there's places that they're spending money with outside vendors that Public Works on all the other locations in town simply uses crews to go and do it. At this point, it's not gonna be a debate about, well, how much did you bill somebody here or there? It's gonna be simply, we're running like a department and we're gonna try to better integrate it in. If you get to an analysis in there where the price can be dropped even by $10 a year, of course you're gonna go for that. At some stage, you wanna be more on par. We're actually, there's areas where Fairfield's less expensive. In this particular instance, literally against one of our neighbors, we're more expensive. Which doesn't make a lot of sense.
How do we build up a reserve fund for replacement of all the lighting there? The paving's been done, but 10, 12 years ago, it's gonna have to be done again. Drainage might have to be redone. All the stairs may have to be redone at a certain point in time. How do we have a reserve fund to pay for that? Or we're just gonna be adding that in the future, like, oh, sorry, here's another bonding project. Gotta, pave the entire thing, or we need new lighting. If we have $1 million here to reserve, can't we put that away someplace and just use that for capital expenditures?
Eventually, you're gonna bleed that out anyways.
I can't hear you.
You're eventually gonna bleed that out anyways.
I'd like to
We
start with.
project- You certainly can have a small amount in a reserve fund, but this goes back, stockpiling reserves for too many theoreticals means you're essentially charging people to stockpile reserves. We talk about it all the time everyone complains about the fund balance, essentially $40 million fund that just keeps growing and growing and growing. But then when it's in all these other places, don't want to utilize it to mitigate expense. I mean, these are the places that you can go to mitigate some of the expenses, taxpayer and the permit holders now versus the places you can't go.
You can have this discussion. You have to do what you need to do for.
I think, yeah, I think that's.
And then maybe what Mr. Walsh just said, that decision might need to be made a year or two.
At some point in the future, yes.
So.
It's a fair discussion, just.
Yeah,
It's a fair discussion, but it sounds like they're running a profit each year. So you
So is
have,
Parks and Rec, and so is.
well, exactly, but I'm
course.
like, that can be used for ongoing maintenance and like if you want to pave, if you want to do stuff, like that's where you could pay for it. I guess the thing this year is because we have this enterprise fund that's got how much cash in it?
More than, it's a million, probably million, about $1.5 million.
So it's got $1.5 million. So we can't, so that money has to be used on parking authority things,
We
right?
cannot use that.
Right.
How can I
The
use that?
town cannot take that, so we have to make this cutoff, but then the expenses have to flow through that fund until that cash is depleted. And then they start getting charged to the new town department,
You
right?
need to be funded by the
So
town.
we have, so because of that, we end up with this mismatch where we're getting this one-time benefit, if you will, of this $1.1 million. And next year that will be presumably less, maybe not, maybe, I don't know if you've got enough cash in that enterprise fund to last 2 years, maybe, but you're getting this one-time benefit because you're bringing the revenue in, but the corresponding expenses have to be paid out of that account. Okay. And what's the RTM's timing on voting on this?
So it's on the
We can
document.
vote this month.
This month? So it'll be before we vote on this budget?
Been some discussion about suspending Rule 32 and doing it this month. Noted that for best available, administration has asked for them to do that. And that otherwise it wouldn't be in place.
I mean, I would say on this one, I haven't followed the RTM discussion, so I don't know if this is controversial on their standpoint, but I feel like a vote would be important before we vote on a budget that includes this, so. Mr. Sherman.
We talked, you've also talked about, this property, some of this, we have a lease with the state, right? And we have to pay that. Are there, and parking authorities, I believe, do go through state statute, right? So aside from the RTM approval, are there any other state level approvals that are required to dissolve the parking authority or take these steps?
Understanding and consult with the town attorney is after that it's 30 or 60, but they actually, all the leases in both directions, even the OSEs all revert back to the town. And remember, even though it's an authority, it's still actually riding ultimately on Fairfield's tax ID number, et cetera. So it is ultimately based on the town.
But I guess I'm asking a more logistical, technical question. Do you need to have someone at the state level sign off on this?
Our understanding is no from our town.
It was a locally formed authority. We didn't have to do it in the first place.
So if the $1.5 million fund is supposed to be used towards the operations of improvements, or what is it supposed to be used for? The one,
Operating or capital expenses associated with the parking authority.
so you could take salaries out of there?
If there are personnel working for the parking authority, yes.
And the in-kind expenses,
We won't be in kind anymore.
they won't be in kind anymore, but they sort of will be, right? So if you have the equivalent expenses that are coming out of DPW, would you not charge those against that? I guess, we haven't reflected that here, so.
No, we haven't, but it's something we should look at.
Yeah, that would, okay, that's fine.
When we look at this budget, it doesn't have, like, where's our $300,000 payment?
They don't have it in there. It's not in there.
Last year,
Hey.
line above last year.
That's the expenses in, we don't have it in
So
this year's
it
budget.
was in, if you look at the line.
No,
above
I'm
that-
looking at this. Right here.
That's this.
I'm sorry, their payment to us.
So if they were actually putting that in here, they're at a loss.
No, that's recorded as a receivable on the town side and a payable on their side already.
But where's
So you have to run that through expense. You have to run that through expense. It has to hit expense. Why is it not here?
It was recorded for the financials.
Can you show me where it's recorded in the financials? I'm looking at it. I don't see anything that says.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
It's not here.
Right?
Your rent line is $13,000.
Yeah, but basically,
Yeah, not in there.
if it was a part of the town, I mean, that's not an expense that would be there.
No,
It has to be.
enterprise fund, if the parking authority was paying the town historically, then that 300,000 would have been an expense in their P and L, and that's what Amy's asking, where.
It doesn't make sense with this.
Would have been a
I
loss.
didn't answer, but I can, I
We
can
have
tell
it
you.
now, we had it now, but
Yeah, we can get an answer on exactly what it was within there, but this was the series of, I mean, probably
I don't
about
have it.
3 or 4 different phone calls
The
with
reason-
the
yeah.
internal auditor.
The reason is that you're looking at the financials from the enterprise fund, it was intercompany elimination, I think.
Considering you're saying you didn't even get in to get answers from them, putting this revenue in, which I, by the way, one of my questions was gonna be, I thought we said 2 meetings ago, stuff. And
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have to have a
I know,
vote.
but,
Yeah.
but it's been here, but
Get answers from them, we do the books. Everything still runs through the accounts unit system, so we can literally go in,
then where do I see the?
see everything they've
Look
done.
at the revenue, charges for service.
If you're doing the books for them, can you explain the accounting? So I don't see it.
Yeah, this was in the enterprise fund, so this would have been eliminated, if this would have been an intercompany elimination.
I don't think so.
I don't,
But
that makes no
charges-
sense. It's an operating expense.
Charges for services, the 1,000,053, I think that's the equivalent of the revenue you're saying.
Or that's their revenue.
Right,
Yeah, that's now gonna be the town's revenue.
I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking
Talking
about.
about the rent that they paid the
Down
town.
here, we
Oh,
should
that
see
part I know,
this.
yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah. I thought you asked where did their revenue, $1,000,000, how did we come
No,
up?
no,
with
that I
$1,000,000?
can see. That's straightforward.
Oh, this is from the
Yeah, so
actor.
it's an elimination, intercompany.
It's from the
I
actor.
think it's an elimination. It's a.
This is from the,
Of course it can't.
act-
They're not doing
Definitely not an
accounting.
elimination. No, it's a standalone fund, so it would have to be, I don't know why.
It has to be an operating expense as rent or something.
So the act for,
Didn't actually transfer the fund, but it was booked as a payable on their side of receipt.
right, but the other side of a payable is
The payable
expense.
on the accounting.
Unless it was a net reduction in lease revenue.
That's,
David, what would be the offset on your debit and credit to that entry?
no, I mean, he does, I think, well, Craig's, maybe it's buried in revenue.
You have a debit to expense and a credit to your payable.
okay, let me look at
The
the,
auditor, is the topic. It's 11:20 at night. And on several occasions, I've said, I'd rather not give half or not 100% answers. Can't you go back, look, and get a firm answer as to how it was handled?
I'm just gonna look
Maybe we
at,
should punt this discussion with the investment stuff that we
No,
have,
I-
consulting. just
yeah, I think,
reach
you know,
out.
this is good. We need more detail, and this is why
I'm
we
gonna
have.
call over there myself.
We have the follow-up meeting for this reason. I think it's good to ask the
Again, I
question.
recognize a board member thing. I'm gonna contact them, because I wanna find out why they're not paying, because that doesn't make sense. And these financials don't make sense. And they're finance.
You can do whatever you want, but you're not acting as a member of the Board of Finance by
No,
doing that.
I'm just
So if
educating myself as a
there was
member of the town.
something that this is what so-and-so told me, we're not gonna really listen to you to do something like that. You need to act as a person on the Board of Finance, not act individually to go get information on your own. Maybe you should request it through the town.
Okay. Can you get that information?
sure.
Thank you.
So I'm just gonna look at the year before, just maybe we can, so this was a. Right, while we keep asking, I don't know if it wasn't in their last year's number because they didn't pay it last year, which would be odd because they should have accrued it, but. You're right, I have no idea. The only thing I could think of is maybe they offset it against their top line, which would make no sense, but it's not there.
Either way, it's good.
I don't think any money.
Gain to
It's a good
So, but to your point, we asked, so one of the things we asked for was a summary of kind of one-time items, including takedown of reserves and other things. This is one of the things we're thinking.
It's gonna be on the list.
Yeah, the police speed cams, like all those things that are, you know, potentially non-recurring, right?
Cheats in.
Oh, here it is. So, yeah, because I'm, right now I'm looking at, you put in their financials for 2024, right?
Correct.
I'm looking at the 2023, and I don't see that in there either.
Yeah, I think it's an elimination. I mean,
It-
I'm
it's not-
guessing that's what it-
But you're not this is not a consolidation. That enterprise fund does not get consolidated, It's not an elimination.
So
That I know.
our ACFR on Exhibit K, which is on page 54, it shows us taking in a receivable for parking spaces for 348, and it notes 324 is the annual lease payment to the town. So
Yeah, and in their.
example, there's one side of it, we have to find out.
Yeah, it's not in their P and L, which is odd.
Yeah.
Are we gonna go keep going further into the sinkhole on this? Can we please move on at 11:25 at night?
Let's go to the next.
This is,
No, John, these are questions.
and they're great issues and we're getting more information.
Right,
Well, this is a
but
big number. There's just not.
I get it.
It's a
I
big number.
agree with you.
I agree. Okay, so let's,
We're gonna get that, right, with the state, I asked for it.
so yeah, let me make sure I have that, Jim. So
Okay.
I'm,
John,
so
I would just point out one.
two things, Matt.
parking authority lease.
2 out of 4.
So let me make sure I got parking authority lease. You asked about the reinvestment fund, which is a question. And then where is the payment to the town on the parking authority financial statements?
And then
Because I think that, and I think the relevance of this is, I don't know how it could not be there if they had to pay us cash, but it impacts the bottom line of that entity, which is just relevant to kind of understanding how it's gonna impact the town budget. Okay. Kevin?
I mean, if you, I mean, it has to be themselves, but if you wanted to guess why they might be holding these accounts that don't report, and you can see they have a large lease obligation. Payments due every year, right?
I know,
That
but-
offsets a lot of their assets. If they have a fiduciary responsibility to the fund itself, that might explain it.
Well, but then why would they sign a lease agreement with us to, or sign an agreement to pay the town? You know, I mean, that's.
They're the
that's
only
not-
business type activity that's broken out. So it's easy to.
Yeah, that and the
Their
internal
balance.
service fund.
Just to fire John up a little more, that 300 and something thousand that they owe us is gonna come out of that 5 probably.
Yeah.
I take that down.
All right, so let's go back.
Who prepared this? Is this?
That's in the.
Came out of the, came out of the financial statements.
Yeah, it's part of the.
This is audited.
Yes.
Okay.
Theoretically, but like I said, due to the site, well, it's audited, but due to
Did the
the,
money sign off on it or not?
no, I mean, to be real, yeah, they do a sample. That's a small item. Maybe they picked up one invoice from there or something. I don't know if, they did not do a separate audit of that fund. They used to. Now that it's part of the town, it's gonna be part of the scope of the whole audit. So my sense is that, you know, the audit procedures would be much more limited now that we don't have a separate audit. Just the way it is. Okay. All right, so let's go back to finance revenue. We've got a lot of other, so Tom, you had taken us through the top section. We asked about that. We heard one adjustment. We talked about parking authority. We talked about investment income. There's some follow-ups. What else? I have a question.
Yeah,
WPCA in-kind services, can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, there's a schedule that came around, I circulated around. And basically it's an allocation.
WPCA?
Yes.
That,
This, right?
oh, it's
Okay,
this?
that's it, yeah.
Yep, okay, thanks.
So that's a list of individuals and salaries that I allocated through the WPCA. And basically, it's, you know, we made some assumptions about how much time each position devotes to WPCA. And we allocated a portion of the salary and benefits for those people. And the total is $363,000, which we show here, and that is the same amount that the WPCA has in its, I think they showed in, I don't know if it's professional services, one of their expense categories. You know, obviously the estimate is in terms of time allocations is an estimate. I think it's something we need to look at and update, and
Okay, but this is, so are these, this 363,000, the financial plan the WPCA prepared? David, maybe this is a question for you. Is this number in the WPCA's financial plan?
Yes.
It is, okay.
and it's in their budget.
So basically, we have a bunch of town employees that probably dedicate 5% of their time to the WPCA, and then we have some that are higher, like Sabrina, I get that, or a grant manager, I get that. And then we have one capital projects person, like is primarily WPCA.
Is this something we can ask for this year, right? Have we gotten something like this every year?
I don't think we've gotten it every year.
This is good.
Yeah,
So unless you have questions, that's all I had on the Yes.
Mr. Curley?
Don't hold on to me.
On the rental income lines, you can't see the detail here, but there's one big driver down. I think it's the second line. Went from 7 to 4. It's low in previous years, but
Which one, I'm sorry, which one are you looking at?
I'm looking about midway through page 77 on the rental income town properties.
Correct.
There's one, the second line item has $163,000 drop year over year. And the budget is low, 14.9. And based on the descriptions, you can't know what that is.
You're, in your backup, there is a list that shows the lease income from all of those rentals. It says, town lease and rent income.
Yeah.
It shows it by property.
Hang on.
This doesn't show the from, it tells which one went away. Just shows that it's 14.9 for next year, but we can't tell why it was so high this year, like something, we're losing some,
Yeah, be sure, which line, I want to be sure.
right? Isn't this the
170.
906 here? So it's in this box somewhere, it's one of these.
It's the second one, 42,512 is the code. It's the second one.
142.
It's on page 77.
Yep.
And it's
What's
the
code?
second, if you look at that code you're given, the 42512, it's the second one.
Oh, 14.9, yeah, so 14.906, if you look at the backup that was provided, so that's two things, Golf Superintendent College and St. Paul's Nursery School. I guess the question, Craig's question though is, what happened since last year? Last year it was 177,000.
Yeah, I'll have to find out which, what went away from last year. Yes, no, yeah, I see what you're saying now, yeah.
That was one of mine.
It's this one right here.
Went down to checking.
Went down 92%.
And I don't know, it looks like last year may have been some kind of an anomaly.
Seventy-seven.
Yeah.
Can I just add to
Yeah,
that?
I'll look at that, yeah.
If you don't mind, I was just curious, the 82, I was gonna ask, if that was one, if that also went away to zero. I was just wondering, I guess the both of them together, what those were. And then, no, I guess that's one other question, if there's something in the back.
I think I missed that. Is it a follow-up you need? Which one is it?
It's the 80, combining the 82, which is the last one.
From 82 to 0.
General ledger account. I'm assuming that's a GL account, the
Negative
42,
82,000.
yeah.
Two-thirds,
So-
3/4 of the way down.
So the
Okay, yeah,
pilot,
the 82 that went away.
the pilot program nonprofit organization, I just wanted to understand, and if there's something in the backup, I'm happy to look at it separately. But what is the increase of 292?
Which line item is that?
It's the 41196. It's about, the change is 291 on page 77.
It's one of the state.
That's the tax in lieu of.
Payment in lieu of tax.
Yeah, that comes right from the state.
That number comes from the state.
Yeah.
Which they assign to us.
University.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes right from the state.
We have tax exempt
A lot of it.
properties on it in our town, so they.
So is
That's
that
nice,
the-
we got a bump up.
Is that the one that Caitlin said we got more this year than we had budgeted for?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Is there
In 25.
any chance of a surprise there? Like, I know one year we got way more than we thought we were gonna get, but.
They changed the way they did the calculation, but that was back in 22.
Is this a final number though for this year?
Well, this is the, we checked as recently as yesterday. This is, it hasn't changed. Yeah.
Other questions on this? So it looks like the 82 we had a couple that went away and then a couple new ones that came on. I don't know if, is it worth going through these? Like 82,000 went away, 22,000 went away, then we have a new one for 57,000. Maybe that's only every couple years, communication towers.
It looks like that lease went away. It's probably one of the cell towers that we, or antenna that we have, cell phone towers on. It was gonna look like.
But it's back in, yeah.
Somebody managed.
Can I ask about the bank fees? So last year, the amount that we last year, was that like to pay Ken Brockfeld and where?
Apparently this, the amount went up last year, but it was in conjunction with the, this merger with Peoples and M&T. And they didn't get a bill for half of the preceding year. So that was, it went up, and so it's still continuing to track, you know, in line pretty much with last year, but my guess is, you know, for the full year next year, it will be down a little bit.
But we're paying $243,000 to who, M&T?
Mhm. I mean, there's a fee, it's a process. They charge you fees for basically all of the process. Oh, every transaction that goes in, including deposits, in payroll. If there's an ACH, there's a charge. So there's a charge on every transaction that goes through the bank.
Is this where we used to put the Janny fees too, or did those go against investment income?
They were against the.
Against investment income. So this is like pure bank fees right here.
Correct.
And does this cover like the additional, whatever it is that we're doing to getting our money insured?
This is all of, yeah.
That's not a lot.
That's a
It's not a
nominal.
lot, okay. Yeah, oh, actually, I missed the parking authority, there were two line items. So we were getting, in last year's budget, it was more like 450,000. We were supposed to be getting, right? We have the annual reimbursement and then the lease.
Last year we had three, yeah,
Services.
yeah.
What's that?
That was for some of the town
Reimbursement.
services.
Oh, okay,
Like using the finance department to process and then.
James Ryan.
okay.
Normal.
So on a comparative basis, it's not purely like $1 million, it's $1 million. We were already taking in
Correct.
450,000 or whatever. So it's 500, okay.
Think about it, it's really just the operating expenses, which were roughly 500,000 on that. Not being recognized because it's gonna now be pulled out of that enterprise fund for the next 2 years. That's really the
As long as it
difference.
lasts, I know it's 3 years.
But yes, if you
That-
factor it that way, the draw is actually a little bit less and you're taking the revenue side.
Right, is there anything else on finance revenue that we have a question on? Okay, no, all right, I guess we can go to debt service, which is page 198.
Okay, debt service, these are the costs associated with the town's debt. Currently, the town has $219.8 million of debt. About 51% of that relates to Board of Ed projects. Roughly 38% relates to the town, and the remainder relates to the WPC. In terms of the charges, page 98 has sort of the net. If you go to page 199, it'll show the gross cost. The 150,000 is the estimated cost of the bonds, closing costs for the bond issuance for 2026. The 19.35 million is the principal payment that's due on the currently outstanding debt, which is offset by the amortization of bond premium, which is amortized over 3 years. And the 6.5 million and 600,000 is interest related to debt that's outstanding and the payment on the debt that was issued last year. So the total interest payment is 7.13 million. And there's a minimum principal payment that's due on debt that's been outstanding for more than 3 years at 75,000. It came from, I think it's bond.
That's on the balance.
And then the remaining interest relates to the ban that was issued last year. So the gross carrying cost really is 24.8 million. And we are using a reserve of 4 million to offset that. proposing to use a reserve.
Questions?
So where's the reserve coming from?
That's the surplus we had put away in the past.
Yeah, I just wanted to make.
We had talked about this numerous times, using it for the fill pile and other things. And just saying, I think it's full, it, now being reduced back. We have a huge pile at still down at the dump. It's still the same size. And to dip into that, try to reduce taxes is not the reason I put that money there. And if that's gonna be the case, I'm never gonna vote to put money there ever again. This fund started out to like pay for certain bank expenses when we did bonds. And it's now got completely bastardized. And now it's being used to pay tax, to reduce taxes. I just, 100% against this. I was shocked to see it there. And I'm embarrassed that it's there, to be quite honest with you.
So I'll ask a question. So just whoever wants to answer this. Question, what's the thought process with respect to doing it?
Sorry, John, can you speak up?
Yes, what's the thought process with respect to doing it this way? Because I do agree with Mr. Walsh that we put that money away because of the fill pile, because we weren't sure how much that was gonna cost us. So tell me your logic behind doing this. And secondly, is part of that equation based on something you might know with respect to how much it's gonna cost to clean up the fill pile? Do we know anything about that yet?
No, we don't have a final. After that. Put away for the, I mean, you know.
Well, what's it get us down about? We had 12 million in there. This gets us down to about 8 million if we use this money. Is that?
No, more than.
Plus we have other money from settlements that, which, you know, we talked about some of which we
Well,
can't.
that's a good analysis to use, because I think couple things. First of all, we did this in 2020 or 2021, did it during the COVID year, took $3 million, reduced taxes. Did it last year for $1 million. Now it's proposed for $4 million. So we've run some very significant surpluses, right? Arguably overtaxing our residents. We didn't do it on purpose, but we ran pretty significant surpluses, including last year. So this, I get it. It's a way to give some of that money back to the taxpayer. But two things. One, obviously creates a cliff, but two, which I think we all recognize. The thing is though, the amount of money that's available for the fill pile, I think still well exceeds what the estimated fill pile liability is. Am I wrong about that?
Right. No, that's correct.
Well, fill pile liability can go a lot of different
It
ways.
can go a lot of different ways, but the number that we had that's in our financial statements that Weston and Sampson looked at, that Joe Santafanti talked about, that's in the CAFR is a little south of $10 million, right? So if you take this $4 million out,
Yeah.
then how much is remaining?
I have about 10 million funds available for the fill pile.
Without, say, after taking this out?
After taking this,
After taking this out, yes.
So the question,
does that include any settlements that we will get in the future?
No.
not in the future, but once.
Okay,
I'm sorry, it includes one settlement that will happen should someone want to get out of it.
so, and Tom, did you give us that analysis or are we gonna get that?
I can pass it around.
But
This doesn't include.
Is that right?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It's not.
there's,
We got this the other day.
That's
That's a different.
the
It's internal service fund. Insurance one.
So the That's the internal service fund.
Totally
The
different.
fill, this is the debt.
I guess to my point, we're going from 12 million down to 2 million. We're just bleeding through all our reserves.
That assumes that we remain self-insured.
You're talking about a different.
Yes, and it
I'm-
isn't,
Different
What I'm
things.
saying is, taking, I'm giving a different example of where we're.
Granted, and that's why I said we're gonna get a summary of one-time items so we can evaluate it. And to the extent we,
Need to have a
these
discussion.
would be on that list.
then you could do two things about that. We could reduce the number of reserves we're using, which would obviously increase taxes, which may be the right thing to do. Or to the extent there are other adjustments in the budget that we make, we could elect to do less of that. But I think it'd be helpful to get the whole picture on one page. But this is, back to this topic, this is our reserve analysis.
Yes.
Okay, so is this saying that after?
So after
Okay, you take
we,
things through.
after we, cover what we have so far recognized for the fill pile, we would have $7 million left in the reserve.
7 million beyond what our current estimate of the fill pile liability.
Correct.
7 million beyond.
Beyond. So we had 8 million in there before, so the fiscal 24 surplus was $12 million, and we voted in November to kind of park that in this account because we didn't want it to go into fund balance. And the previous balance to that was 8 million left over from the year before. And then it looks like you've paid we've finished paying for Penfield.
Yeah.
The small sites, are those done?
Yes.
Those are all done. Oh, nice. All right, so the only thing left then out of the environmental liabilities, if Penfield's done and that's done, is the aggregate fill pile, which our current estimate from Weston and Sampson is 9.4 million.
Correct.
And we have, I'm not sure why it says projected usage for fill pile of 7974 if the estimate is 9444. But if the total projected balance is 15 million and we need 9 million for the fill pile, there's still dollars remaining.
And there's, if you look at the box down on the, in the box, there are funds that have been received that are not reflected on the schedule. These are recoveries that the town has received that are not included in the debt fund, debt service fund.
The 7974 number that's on related to the fiscal year 23 surplus and the projected usage, a coincidence? I'm just seeing the number 7974 show up in two different areas, and I agree with the chairwoman that I would expected that the aggregate fill pile of 9444 would have been your reduction wave 15.
Yeah, this was the 7.974 is what you identified as the amount that was to be covered from the.
Okay, we sort of earmarked it.
Yeah, right, last year.
But that's not how much we'll need. So to the point is, if there's 15 million available, then you have to look at the 9444, which would go against it, which leaves you roughly 5 million.
Right, that's your coincidence. Yeah, if you take the 1558 and the 7974, actually coincidentally, it's around. That is.
And so the 1558 we've received and the 1998 is, that's the court
Receivable.
ordered, but we haven't received it yet.
Correct.
So we're not counting.
It's receivable.
Some of that's very long-term. 1 million of it, is much more short-term.
Right, so the 15 million projection, does that include the 1998?
No.
It doesn't, okay. All right, Mr. Walsh?
Does the aggregate fill pile that WNS did of 9444, does that include cleanup of the berms?
That's essentially what it is.
Just the berms, not the pile that's there?
Well, it's both. It's a
Well,
company.
that's what I'm asking. Is it like, what
Yeah,
is
It's a
it?
placeholder figure for it as a whole, and I would just say that, you know, the board has provided the number which time bond is involved in, but question beyond that.
Well, can I just, what we heard, I think when we, because this number is disclosed in our financial statements, so what we were told is that this assumes that the site will be kept as a landfill. And that that's the basis of it, and Weston and Sampson did the estimate, the liability on that basis.
And has that been decided yet?
No, that's an
But
assumption.
they've also said if it has to be carted off, it's over $100 million.
100 million? Yeah. Good reason to keep more money there.
Wow. I don't think $4 million either way is gonna make a difference of 100.
That
If the state of Connecticut makes us cart it away, then we're gonna have to
Join New
tackle
York
that
State.
problem. We got a much bigger.
I just don't know what the, you know, things go up and down. I don't know what the contingency of this kind of stuff is. You know, up or down.
Our feeling is, looking at this, it was a drawdown of modest amount to not continue to stockpile any further, you know, funds compared to the alternative, which was, yeah, absolutely raising the mill rate. Tax even more.
What would be the alternative if we knew that was gonna cost us? If we knew we had how much left over, $7 million after we did the fill pile cleanup, what would we do with that money anyway? Would we give it relief to the taxpayers in some
Maybe, I
fashion?
think when we put it in here, we said the administration didn't have a decision, so we were gonna put it aside, so it wouldn't flow through fund balance, but in order to use it, any use of it is subject to a
We have to
vote.
vote on it, I get it, yeah.
So if it's used for a capital item or something else, it would be subject to a vote.
Yeah, I mean, just
Yeah.
for the benefit of new people, if you look back at our annual report from 3 years ago, that there was no money in this fund.
And we used to, I mean, I go back to when I was in board, we used to put the money at the end of the year, smaller surpluses, but year after year after year, no matter what, there was always some amount of a couple million in surplus. And it would all pretty much go to the fund balance, and everybody would complain that they had to stick it in the fund balance all the time instead of sending it somewhere else like tax relief, something to that effect. So, I understand the fill pile, but
I get it.
that was our thought.
I remember when this money got voted on to set it aside, somebody on the RTM suggested we send rebate checks to taxpayers. So, I mean, obviously, we didn't agree to do that, but like, this is effectively sort of doing that, right?
It's worth easily.
Is it safe to say that,
Yes.
is it safe to say that the surplus days are over? There won't be one for 25 and 26?
There's not one budgeted for 26.
25?
This fiscal year, we're
In
gonna.
this fiscal year, we're running a small surplus.
We're running a small.
Not like 12 or.
No, and that's by design, right? So our last
We had real.
our last quarterly review, I think.
The 1.3, town was running favorable at 1.6 million, but the Board of Ed was over 700,000.
Board of Ed is, they have to.
They're gonna be about in line to.
So my only concern is at our last meeting, we voted for a staggering amount of debt. And we could easily use this for any of those projects and not bond all that stuff over 20 years, which would be a much better savings for the taxpayers than reducing the budget by this amount.
Yeah, true.
How much what's our total bonding gonna be this year?
We're projecting with bands roughly 40,
30 million, which is
about 43, so it's.
probably 10 million more than we've been, right?
Not gonna decide tonight, but.
So we've talked about it, I mean, to some extent, using the money or in a stabilizing fashion and a one-off payment. That's. See both sides.
Yeah, Mary, you raised a good point. I'll just, I have less of an issue with doing this. I mean, my concern, and we talked about it, just more about the cliff, that's all. So I think
When you said that everybody here is comfortable, I think you guys have talked about it more than I have, but that would be my
Yeah, no,
concern.
we haven't. This is the first time we're talking about it.
What happens next year?
But yeah,
We
Mr.
have lots of cliffs. Just on the cliff, I mean,
Oh.
we had in front of us the largest Board of Ed increase in history. That's are we gonna talk about cliffs? Are we expecting that to happen every year? If we are, we have a big problem. So, they put forward a 7% increase. And part of this is offsetting, that. So that happens again. Yeah,
Well,
so.
grantless growth that was not seen since essentially the Great Recession, or the only time around that range would have been when GE left and it went negative. So confronting both of those,
No, I get it.
plus inflationary era union contracts, amongst other, similar drivers, the pension issue, the experience study, smooth or not, you can debate it, but a major hit all in one shot.
So you know what,
So-
that would be, so when we say one-time items, could you also, I mean, the school budget, I don't know how you quantify that. but like
Take it down to a normalized.
Right, so like the pension thing went the other way. It hit us the other way because of the experience study. So arguably that might be one of those things.
Yeah,
It
there's a few.
would just be good to kind of.
1.7,
That looks
yeah,
like.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll put that together.
Was that 1.7 million
No, in the, it was more than 1.7.
on pension?
Yeah, pension.
Yeah, that's more.
The other thing that would be helpful too is, and I hope I'm not asking for anything that you don't have in a drawer already, but like, cause I know it's in the financial statements, is the debt schedule. Especially now that we're continuing to add, bond more. Do we have the, amortization schedule for debt out so that we could see? Cause it's helpful to see with what we're adding on every year and what's coming off. Like a couple of years I was shocked. I know 2 or 3 years ago, this was like a big gift. Debt service went down by like $2 or $3 million, and this year it's going up and this is all legacy stuff. So it's just, I think, helpful to see the amortization schedule so we can kind of know what to expect in the future.
Turn into a.
Literally dying.
Right?
I'm like Jim, I'm like.
I usually am, but I'm dragging a bit right now.
It's called like at work tomorrow.
Okay,
I
well,
think we're clearing a lot of cliffs.
we are.
There's a lot of things here. And it seems as though we're pulling money from accounts where we're all doing everything. We're funding the Board of Ed. We're not supposed to be bonded. I mean, it's $1 million they wanted to put in the budget. Over $1 million.
Right, but those all met the bonding criteria, and they always bonded.
There's lots of things we could do. We don't bond everything that can be bonded, right? We could do that, but we could be that, we'd be over 12% probably.
Okay. All right, do we have any more questions on debt service? We have a couple open items here. Fund balance. So fund balance is, I don't know if there's a page in the budget, and we didn't budget anything, but into fund balance. Can we just tell us based on this budget, how much, if we were going to budget for fund balance in accordance with our policy, what would we have to budget? How much?
Would have to budget, we need an additional 1.5 million.
1.5.
Right. Well, 1.5 million five.
So unless surplus materializes, we've not been budgeting for it the past couple of years because we've assumed we have surplus. For this year, we'll probably make it without surplus.
$4 million out of there.
Yep.
Probably taking 4 million out.
Of prior year surplus. Yeah, what I'm saying is if this budget doesn't generate $1.5 million in surplus next year, then according to our policy, we probably have to take it out of prior year. And again, that's an area where, you know, if we find other adjustments to the budget, we want to adjust them in. Plus, we did that 2 years ago. We adjusted, this thing come up, but we were not so confident about it, so instead of letting we put an offsetting increase to budgeted surplus. So that's one thought. Any other questions on this budget? Or on these tonight? Is there anybody from the public on the Zoom, any public comment? Okay, I see none. Do we have the hacker?
She's still on. Totally forgot about that.
Me too.
Like yesterday.
That was 9 hours.
That was gonna give me a nightmare.
Stop.
All right.
In 3 minutes.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Done.
Done.
Second.
Yes, all in favor.
Thank you.
I did forget about that.